Internet! I'm Insane Lane, and welcome to Book Club. I am not scrambling and massively behind at all. It has not been one of those days. It's totally been one of those days. See, the thing is, we had a blizzard yesterday that started in the morning and didn't stop until like 4 a.m. the following morning. And then everything froze because the temperature also dropped like 20 degrees overnight. So it's been a challenging day to get anything done, mostly because everything's frozen. Also, due to the sudden drop in cold and the fact that I sleep with my mouth open, my throat feels like I swallowed razor blades. But that's what honey water and cough syrup are for. And somewhere there's a puppy, but he's buried under anything warm that he can find because he objects to it being cold. So last week, what did we have? We had her surviving the didn't happen beating. I have a theory about this because I was thinking about it. And we had two major things that seem to both happen and not happen. We had a reference to a ransom note that didn't exist. We looked it up. Thank you audience for looking that up. It didn't exist. But we got reference to it. And then we had the disparity between what we were told physically happened in the final confrontation and what we were told the outcome of it was, and they did not match at all. So I think what may have happened, I haven't looked this up, I haven't researched it, I don't know if it would be public if it is, but I think what may have happened, because thinking about the timeline between the books and the movies, because there is something to be said in all of that. Because keep in mind, when the first movie came out, the final book was not out yet. I don't know how much of it had been written, but it wasn't published yet. So I think what happened at some point is after the movie started to come out, and obviously the whole campaign for the movies was that it was so romantic. Like that's why they all came out on Valentine's Day. That's why they had at the premieres they had big heart-shaped wreaths made out of roses, and and they tried so hard, and by that I mean they spent a lot of money to make these seem romantic and a romance for the ages, and and it's all about true love, however stalkery, murdery Christian comes across. So I think that probably E.L. James did write quite a violent scene of Hyde beating the shit out of Anna. Because keep in mind, also, this is a Twilight fanfic, so every scene in these books has a matching scene in Twilight, and that would be the matching scene for the battle between the werewolves and the vampires and the Volturi, which is actually in the movies. That's like probably in all 5 movies. That's the only scene that's actually worth watching. It's a pretty cool action scene. It's got some pretty cool stuff in there. I mean, it's heavily ripped off of everything else, including X-Men entirely, but still cool action scene. So there should have been a corresponding heavy violence scene in this. And I think that there was. I think it was written. I think somebody said no. I think after the first movie came out and it somehow got this reputation for being super romantic, somebody in the publishing house went, "We can't end with a scene of super violence." And they just ripped it out and replaced it with nothing. That would explain also why the language and the tone in the last couple chapters has not seemed consistent. It didn't seem like E.L. James. It felt like somebody else was writing it because I think somebody else did. I think somebody did heavy rewrites on the last couple scenes, and it would make sense that she would let them because she wouldn't care at that point. It's over. It's the last book. The movies are coming out. She's making bank. Like, they want to rewrite a couple of scenes to keep it more light and fluffy, which was probably the idea. Sure, why not? So I think that probably accounts for some of the continuity errors the tonal shift and the just plain lack of anything. How is the kitty doing? Kitty is fine. Kitty was born with 27 layers of polar bear fur, which is why as he walks, there is a trail of fur in the air behind him. Like, if you pet him, your entire hand is instantly covered in kitty fur. He sheds like 2 pounds a day year round. He's fine. When it's cold, he does live in the bathroom sink because he can tuck all his paws into his fat, furry belly. And after he's been in the sink for a few minutes, it warms up and then he's very happy. Okay, all rise for the national anthem.
If you're still struggling with
Ow, my
consent,
ears.
just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure." Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week," or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Hello, everyone. Hyper Snake Kitty. For anyone wondering why I'm not wearing my usual red dress, it's because I put it in the laundry and then a water pipe burst, so I couldn't do laundry, and then I forgot about it. I will try to mute when I cough. And of course, people above me are yelling, because, yes. Alright, so we have got the second half of the last chapter because I had to bounce so hard after all the justification of cheese pizza. Absolute justification, which I know that is to match up with the imprinting shit in Twilight. I know. But Jesus. But then, next week, we will be moving on to this. which is from his point of view. And I've cracked the code. I was wondering how they were gonna. How would you tell it from his point of view without it being a billion times worse? The back cover tells you everything you need to know. This time I'm going to read it without dying. This is the back cover of the first book told from his point of view. This is how they sold this. In Christian's own words and through his thoughts, reflections, and dreams, E.L. James offers a fresh perspective on the love story that has enthralled millions of readers around the world. It's such a love story. And here's the synopsis. I'm going to try to get through this without dying. Christian Grey exercises control in all things. Somebody thought that was such a good line. It's not. His world is neat, disciplined, and utterly empty until the day Anastasia Steele falls into his office. Literally. In a tangle of shapely limbs and tumbling brown hair, he tries to forget her, but instead is swept up in a storm of emotion he cannot comprehend and cannot resist. That is not how anything happened. Unlike any woman he has known before, that's not true. Shy, unworldly Anna, unworldly, there's a word, seems to see right through him. Not at all true. Past the business prodigy and the penthouse lifestyle to Christian's cold, wounded heart. Will being with Anna dispel the horrors of his childhood that haunt Christian every night, or will his dark sexual desires, his compulsion to control, and the self-loathing that fills his soul drive this girl away and destroy the fragile hope she offers him? You could have put that on the back of the Mr. and the Mrs. and it would apply just as well. Also, there's so much bullshit in that already. So this is going to be retcon the series because I guarantee you, even though it's going to be some of the same scenes over again, they're not going to match at all. They're going to have been rewritten because this is Christian the victim. That's what they're going to do. They're going to do the wounded puppy routine. I know, right? And calling her unworldly just like puts me in mind of something from sci-fi. Because he's not exactly worldly either. There's no like tales of his grand adventures, sailing around the world or some shit. But as for unlike any woman, no, the entire point of why he's attracted to her is that she looks exactly like all of his other submissives. That's why he initially wants to bang her. It's purely because of how she looks, because she looks like all the rest. So, no, she's not unlike any woman. She's exactly like all the women. That's the point. As for tries to forget her, go to hell. Within 20 minutes of meeting her, he had a military-level CIA-style dossier put together on her and started stalking her. So, no, he didn't try to forget her at all. I also love that they also call her both a woman, unlike any woman he's known before, but then in the end, that fills his soul drive this girl away. So they can't decide, is she a woman or is she a girl? And as for him, like, being empty and all that shit, that's so not true. Because he sees nothing wrong with his life when he meets her, and he's not looking to change his life when he meets her. He's not looking to marry her. He's not looking for the one or to have a family or a relationship. He just wants to whip her and beat her and fuck her and bury her like all the rest. He had absolutely no intention of having a long-term relationship. But yeah, these three are going to cast him as the victim entirely. It's going to be feel sorry for me because I was abused and I can't help it. And I get to be a violent, controlling, murdering douchebag because I was abused. Yeah. No, it will not. That is not how anything works. You do not fix trauma by controlling other people. It's like people who are having like problems in their marriage and so somebody has an affair thinking that will fix things. And it's like, no, you're getting your needs met outside the marriage because the marriage is over. And you should let it go. Or the ultimate stupid of we're having marriage problems, let's have a baby because that will fix everything. I've known couples that did that. Please never do that. Also, never stay together for the children. The children will tell you to divorce. And again, in my own family, the children told their parents to get divorced. And then 2 marriage counselors backed up the kids and said you two should never have gotten married because they had like fundamental differences in their personalities and how they saw the world that was never going to work. And yet they had 2 kids together because both times it was, well, once we have a baby and have a family, then everything will fall in line and be perfect. Why do people think this? Like, your kids are not there to fix you. Oh, I forgot to introduce the ducks. How shameful of me. We have, as always, Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, Pongo, Mitch, and Sansu. We do have 11 ducks still available to sponsor for $10 a duck, and we have handcuffs for $25 a chapter. Chugging is not on the menu tonight as I'm feeling pukey, but I may have a glass of wine later, though I had cough syrup, so I'm trying not to mix. All right, I drew a very large line where we stopped because my head was exploding. I almost made it to where I actually had drawn a line of where I was actually going to stop because the chapter was too long and I had to break it. And it was only like, I almost made it. It was only like 2 pages away, but goddamn. It got so fucking. Oh, wow, 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 wow. Okay, note to self, don't do that. All right. Picking up mid last chapter, and then we have an epilogue, and then we have some scribbles. Christian turns into the driveway of our new house. He stops at the keypad and punches in a number, and the ornate white metal gates swing open. How long has it been? I stopped where a paragraph naturally ended and there was a break. Like, weren't they revamping and tearing down the house? Is this like 6 months later? We roar up the tree-lined lane under leaves that are a blend of green, yellow, and burnished copper. The tall grass in the meadow is turning gold, but there's still a few yellow wildflowers dotted amongst the grass. It's a beautiful day. The sun is shining, and the salty tang of the sound is mixed with the scent of coming fall in the air. Where's the sound? I feel like I should know this. My brain is foggy. This is such a tranquil and beautiful place, and to think we're going to make our home here. The lane curves around and our house comes into view. Several large trucks, sides emblazoned gray construction, are parked out front. Okay, so the house is under. Okay, it's probably like only been a couple days, so the house is under construction. It's just very poorly worded. I know, right? Well, of course she doesn't. She doesn't know. She didn't know the code to the safe in the apartment, or or something else as well. So no, she doesn't know the codes or the passwords or the combination locks or anything at all, ever. Like, you think he'd trust her with things that could help her escape? The house is decked in scaffolding, and several workmen in hard hats are busy on the roof. Christian pulls up outside the portico and switches off the engine. I can sense his excitement. Let's go find Elliot. Is he here? I hope so. I'm paying him enough. Nice when you can keep the money in the family. I snort, and Christian grins as we get out of the car. Yo, bro! Elliot shouts from somewhere. We both glance around. Up here. He's up on the roof, waving down at us and beaming from ear to ear. About time we saw you here. Stay where you are, I'll be right down. I glance at Christian, who shrugs. A few minutes later, Elliot appears in the front door. Hey, bro. He shakes Christian's hand. How are you, little lady? He picks me up and swings me around. I will smack you if you try to do that to me. I have smacked people for trying to do that to me. I also punched somebody in the neck once. But that was different. Better, thanks. I giggle breathless, my ribs protesting. Oh yeah, she's got cracked ribs and he just picked her up and swung her around. He's lucky she didn't puke all over him. Christian frowns at him, but Elliot ignores it. Let's head over to the site office. You'll need one of these. He taps his hard hat. Can we also point out that Elliot just caused her massive pain and she didn't say anything? Because she's a that person now? I don't know. I don't know. I don't remember it being mentioned that he had a job or what he did. I think I think it was mentioned that he used to fuck the designer that was hitting on Christian, but other than that, the house is a shell. The floors are covered in hard fibrous material that looks like burlap. Some of the original walls have disappeared and new ones have taken their place. Elliot leads us through, explaining what's happening, while men and a few women work everywhere around us. Nice to include some women in the construction. I'm relieved to see the stone staircase with its intricate iron balustrade is still in place and draped completely in white dust sheets. Yeah, you're right. No, we're told that he's just a, you know, playboy slut, is all we've ever been told. But now he's marrying Anastasia's roommate. He's marrying Kate now. So I guess that means he grew up. And also, can I also point out he's also marrying someone that he's known for less than 6 months? I mean, granted, he waited longer than Christian did, but not by much. This is why I say they had a bet to find two really stupid girls. In the main living area, the back wall has been removed to make way for Gia's glass wall, and work is beginning on the terrace. Didn't she veto the glass wall, saying it wasn't in the tone of the house, to which she is correct? In spite of the mess, the view is still stunning. The new work is the new work is sympathetic and in keeping with the old world charm of the house. Gia's done well. Okay, a glass wall is not old world charming, it's new age hipster douchebag crap. There's a reason you don't see them anymore. Insurance companies don't like them, and they're structurally not that great. Elliot patiently explains the process and gives us a rough time frame for each. He's hoping we can be in by Christmas, although Christian thinks that's optimistic. Holy cow, Christmas overlooking the Sound. I can't wait. A bubble of excitement blooms inside me. I have visions of us trimming an enormous tree while a coppered haired little boy looks on in wonder. So I guess she thinks it's a boy. Elliot furnishes our tour in the kitchen. Finishes our tour in the kitchen. I'll leave you two to roam. Be careful. This is a building site. Yeah, why are they there? Sure. Thanks, Elliot. Christian murmurs, taking my hand. Happy? He asks once Elliot has left us alone. I am gazing at this empty shell of a room and wondering where I will hang the pepper pictures that we bought in France. Very. I love it. You? Ditto. He grins. He's never said that word before at all. She was watching Ghost. That's what it is. She was watching Ghost when she wrote this. Good. I was thinking of the pepper pictures in here. Christian nods. I want to put up Jose's portraits of you in this house. You need to decide where they go. Can you imagine living in a house that has giant portraits of you everywhere? No. Extreme no. Like, unless you're fucking Joan Crawford. Like, come on. And also, do we really think Christian would actually want to display the portraits that were, by the way, taken without consent and then displayed in a museum and sold without consent of the model? And they were taken by a guy that he hates and that he would probably rather see dead. Do we really think he's going to proudly display the man's artwork? Oh, I know, right? You are so right about that. Because he's had pretty much nothing to do with the redesigning of this house. He told her, basically, do whatever you want. I don't care. I'll write a check for it, which is already weird and out of character. Because we know they're going to need a red room in this house. So you need to build that in. You need to know where it's going to go. And there's some, especially if you're deep into construction and ripping walls out, you can really put in some nice stuff for that and add a lot of versatility. But you have to build it from the beginning. And yeah, he's putting his idiot brother, who we know he has no respect for. We know this. We know he doesn't respect his brother because he's the one who calls him like a playboy slut. Well, who else? We know there's going to be one. Or are we saying he's just going to, like, after the construction's mostly complete, he'll call a different he'll call like the kinky construction crew to turn one of the guest bedrooms into the red room. But I don't think so. Oh yeah, like, try and imagine him as a father, for Christ's sake. Imagine him at an OBGYN appointment. I'm sure somebody has written that as a fanfic. That's true. And I'm not sure Christian would object to that because we know he likes to be a dick in front of his parents. That's one of the things that he likes to do, is to do kinky, subversive, controlling shit while his parents are sitting across the table, like, supposedly clueless. It's I don't have the words right now because my brain is foggy, but there's words for it, and it is a type of controlling and, public domination and that kind of thing. But it's, for him, it's like a type of revenge on his parents. It's his continued way to act out and be a brat, you know? The same as, like, tagging the halls at a private school or wrecking daddy's Porsche. It's the same thing to, force your girlfriend to wear vibrating Benoit balls while you have dinner with your parents. No, I don't think his parents know that. I do think his brother does, though. I think his brother knows, or at least suspects, but yeah, he would absolutely. end up describing it to the parents and probably want to install one himself. And then, then Kate'll really understand. Because it's not like she objected to the whole thing in the first book, disappeared in the second, and then got stupid in the third. You need to decide where they should go. I blush. Somewhere I won't see them often. Yeah, why are you displaying these at all? Don't be like that, he scolds me, brushing his thumb across my bottom lip. They're my favorite pictures. I love the one in my office. No, he doesn't. They're pictures taken by someone he saw as a rival who sexually assaulted his now wife, and that he bought so that nobody else could have pictures of her. I'm amazed he didn't set fire to them as soon as they were delivered. That would have made more sense. And in front of Jose, of course. Like, would that not have made perfect sense that he gets Jose to deliver them and then immediately torches them in front of him? I have no idea why, I murmur and kiss the pad of his thumb. Who does that? Worse things worse things to do than look at your beautiful smiling face all day. Hungry? He asks. No, now we're getting there. Hungry for what? I whisper. Oh, if they bang in an active construction zone with like 40 people around. He smirks, his eyes darkening. Hope and desire unfurl in my veins. Food, Mrs. Gray. And he plants a swift kiss on my lips. I give him my faux pout and sigh. Yes, these days I'm always hungry. Because she's a whole, 5 weeks pregnant. The three of us can have a picnic. Three of us? Is someone joining us? Christian cocks his head to one side. In about 7 or 8 months. Oh, Plip. I grin goofily at him. I'm sorry, did she forget that she's pregnant? I thought you might like to eat al fresco. Well, there's no kitchen where you are, so you don't really. We're a table, so you don't really have a choice. In the meadow, I ask. Oh, this is because Twilight had all those fucking meadow scenes that look like shit in the movie because the flowers are fucking shit. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You missed that while she was in a coma, he had several come to Jesus moments and now sees Mrs. Robinson as evil, made peace with his mother. He went through the whole don't know what you got till it's gone phase of because supposedly she was dying from being slapped in the face once. So he was all like, oh my God, I could have lost her. How could I be such a jerk? And blah, 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 blah. So now, yeah, he's supposed to be magically all cured. Even though the second she woke up, he continued to act like a controlling douchebag. But we were told for an entire chapter that he's really different now. I still say he's going to make her a smoothie that will make little Blip a thing of the past. This will be a great place to raise a family, he murmurs, gazing down at me. Family? More than one? Dare I mention this now? Since when does family mean more than one child? Family can mean me and my dog. Oh, God, yes. God fucking yes. I'm so over it. I hate it. It's the dumbest thing. I know. That's why I don't know how they're still. I know that's the movie ends with her confronting the kidnapper, and she wakes up, and then there's the montage of bullshit that they added. But no, in the book, there's two other chapters. 2 or 3. I think it's 3. An entire one of which is him detailing, and I mean detailing, the early days of his relationship with Mrs. Robinson in full fucking detail. And justifying her abuse and claiming that he is the man that he is because of her. Therefore, cheese pizza good was the message. And that's what made my head explode. He spreads his fingers over my belly. Holy shit. I hold my breath and place my hand over his. It's hard to believe, he whispers, and for the first time I hear wonder in his voice. I know. Oh, here. I have evidence. A picture. Do you? Baby's first smile? I pull out the I pull out the ultrasound of Blip from my wallet. When did she have an ultrasound? And also, at 4 weeks, would any form of ultrasound actually show anything? I mean, I've never been pregnant, so I'm guessing here, but I'm also guessing no. I'm saying hardcore no. That at 3 to 4 weeks pregnant, I don't think there's any imaging in the world that picks that up. See? Christian examines it closely, staring for several seconds. Oh, Plip. Yeah, I see. He sounds distracted. Odd. Those don't go together. Your child, I whisper. Our child, he counters. First of many. Many? Christian's eyes widen with alarm. Yeah, girl, he's still freaking out that you're pregnant. Do not bring up the subject of more than one right now. You're just being stupid. At least 2. 2. He tests the word. Can we just take this one child at a time? I'm going to agree with him there, because he's right. I grin. Sure. We head back outside into the warm fall afternoon. When are you going to tell your folks? Christian asks. Soon, I murmur. I thought about telling Ray this morning, but Mr. Rodriguez was there. I shrug. Christian nods and opens the hood of the R8. Inside are a wicker wicker picnic basket and the tartan blanket we bought in London. Come, he says, taking the basket and the blanket in one hand and holding the other out to me. Together we walk into the meadow. Okay, so I thought the entire epilogue scene in the movie was made up, but that is in there. So at least they did get some of it from the book. Cuz yeah, the picnic scene is how it ends. Uh sure, Roz, go for it. Christian hangs up. That's the third call he's taken during our picnic. So great. He can't even have a nice picnic lunch with his pregnant wife. He's on the phone doing business. He's kicked off his shoes and socks and is watching me. This scene is literally stolen from Pretty Woman. I'm sorry, but that is the exact goddamn scene from Pretty Woman. When she tells him don't go to work for the day, but he keeps taking work calls till she takes his phone away from him. That's identical. Oh. He's kicked off his shoes and socks and is watching me, arms on his raised knees. His jacket lies discarded on top of mine. As we're warm in the sun, I lie beside him, stretch out on the picnic blanket, both of us surrounded by tall golden and green grass, far from the noise of the house, and hidden from the prying eyes of the construction workers. They're gonna fuck. They would not have put in the line about being hidden from sight unless they were gonna fuck. We're in our own bucolic haven. There's so many better words that could have gone there. He feeds me another strawberry, and I chew and suck it gratefully, gazing at his darkening eyes. Tasty, he whispers. Very. Had enough? Of strawberries, yes, I told you, I told you, I told you we cannot get out of here without one more sex scene. It can't happen. There's a weird noise above me. What the fuck is that? Okay, there's a really weird noise. Okay, there's some kind of alarm going off, but I can't tell where it is. I can't tell if it's outside or it's above me or what. Okay, it stopped. It wasn't the fire alarm, so I'm not that concerned. Right? There's people up on the roof. People on the roof can definitely see them. And video. Tonight on TMZ. Excuse me. Excuse me. His eyes glitter dangerously and he grins. Mrs. Jones packs a mighty fine picnic, he says. That she does, I whisper. Shifting suddenly, he lies down so his head is resting on my belly. He closes his eyes and seems content. I, I tangle my fingers in his hair. He sighs heavenly, then scowls and checks the number on the screen of his buzzing BlackBerry. He rolls his eyes and takes the call. And I would take the phone and chuck it. Welch, he snaps. He tenses, listens for a second or two, then suddenly bolts upright. 24/7. Thanks, he says through gritted teeth and hangs up. Oh, what? Are we setting up for sequel bait? There's no more sequels. The change in his mood is instantaneous. Gone is my teasing, flirtatious husband. Replaced by a cold, calculating master of the universe. Stop using that phrase. He narrows his eyes for a moment, then gives me a cool, chilling smile. A shiver runs down my back. He picks up his BlackBerry and presses a speed dial. Ross, how much stock do we own in Lincoln Timber? He kneels up. My scalp prickles. Oh no, what's this? So, consolidate the shares into GEH, then fire then fire the board, except the CEO. I don't give a fuck. I hear you. Just do it. Thank you. Keep me informed. He hangs up and gazes at me impassively for a moment. Holy shit. Christian is mad. When is he not? What happened? Link, he murmurs. Link? Elena's ex? The same. He's the one who posted Hyde's bail. Oh yeah, I'd forgotten that Mrs. Robinson is like the secret bad guy, but it's so like poorly written and it never comes to anything. Wait, in the book does he kill her? Does something actually happen to her? Cuz in the movie she just gets away with it. And you really have to push your brain to even figure out that yeah, she basically used Hyde as a attack dog. You know, she paid his bail knowing that he would go after Anastasia. Probably hoped he would succeed, and then she would help Christian grieve her death and then take her place. That was probably the plan. I gape at Christian in shock. His mouth is pressed in a hard line. Well, he looks like an idiot, I murmured, dismayed. I mean, Hyde committed another crime while out on bail. How stupid is she? I'm sorry, how the fuck stupid is she? Because that was the dumbest statement possibly in this entire series. You just got told that the ex husband of your husband's sexual abuser, who you know wanted to marry him and hates your guts because he married you, she got her ex husband to pay the bail of a guy who tried to kill both of you so he could get out and try to do it again. And your answer is, well, the guy who posted the bail looks like an idiot because the guy he bailed out committed more crimes. Moving on. Christian's eyes narrow and he smirks. Fair point, well made, Mrs. Gray. No, it's not. No, it isn't. It's exceptionally stupid. Even for these, that is fucking stupid. Wait, okay, I thought I skipped a page. I didn't. What did you just do? I kneel facing him. I fucked him over. Okay. Oh, um, that seems a little impulsive, I murmur. You're surprised by this? He's an immature billionaire brat. I'm an in the moment kind of guy. I'm aware of that. His eyes narrow and his lips thin. I've had this planned in my back pocket for a while, he says dryly. I frown. Oh? He pauses, seeming to weigh something in his mind, then takes a deep breath. Several years back, when I was 21, Link beat his wife to a pulp. Broke her jaw, her left arm, and 4 of her ribs because she was fucking me. His eyes harden. And now I learn he posted bail for a man who tried to kill me, kidnapped my sister, and fractured my wife's skull. I've had enough. I think it's payback time. Okay, so were we saying Mrs. Robinson had nothing to do with it, like she didn't know? That somehow her ex-husband is like the secret, double secret, dark bad guy? Because he also wanted revenge on Christian? I blanch. Holy shit. Fair point well made, Mr. Gray. I whisper. Hannah, this is what I do. There we go. This is what I do. I'm not usually motivated by revenge. Bull fucking shit! Bull fucking shit! But I cannot let him get away with this. What he did to Elena, well, she should have pressed charges, but she didn't. That was her prerogative. Not at the time. Oh my god. Like, the dumbassery. Like, this is why the police can now press domestic violence charges, but we have a book here saying, yeah, a guy can beat the fucking shit out of you, and it's okay if nothing happens to him. But he seriously crossed the line with Hyde. Okay, he supposedly cared a great deal about Elena during that time. Like, they were still together, and he was, like, not in love with her, but definitely in lust with her. And this guy beat the crap out of her, and he was apparently okay with that. Like, again, this makes no sense because Christian would have killed this guy like a long time ago or arranged for his disappearance. Uh, Lynx made this personal by going after my family. I'm going to crush him, break up his company right under his nose, and sell the pieces to the highest bidder. I'm going to bankrupt him because now he's Richard Gere. See, I told you she was watching Pretty Woman when she wrote this because that's what Richard Gere in Pretty Woman does. Oh, besides, Christian smirks, we'll make good money out of the deal. I stare into blazing gray eyes that soften suddenly. I didn't mean to frighten you, he whispers. You didn't, I lie. She should be so used to him frightening her by now. He arches a brow, amused. You just took me by surprise, I whisper, then swallow. Christian is really quite scary sometimes. Are you just now figuring this out? You're having his baby. I was worried there wouldn't be anything left to highlight. He brushes his lips against mine. I will do anything to keep you safe. Keep my family safe. Keep this little one safe. He murmurs and splays his hand out over my belly in a gentle caress. Oh. I stop breathing. Christian gazes down at me, his eyes darkening. This is the third time we've read that. His lips part as he inhales, and in a deliberate move, the tips of his fingers brush against my sex. I told you they were gonna fuck. I told you they were gonna fuck. Everyone on the roof can see it. His brother's gonna see it. They're gonna fuck in the field because it's that scene from Twilight. Holy shit. Desire detonates like an incendiary device, igniting my bloodstream. I grasp his head. Okay, I was thinking. That made me think of something else. My brain may be slightly in the gutter, but okay, yes, I thought she was saying she was grabbing his dick, okay? Can't tell me it wasn't supposed to imply that. Oh, Jesus. Ugh. Oh my god. I grasp his head and my fingers weaving into his hair and tug hard so my lips find his. He gasps, surprised by my assault, giving my tongue free passage into his mouth. He groans and kisses me back, our lips and tongue hungry, his lips and tongue hungry for mine, and for a moment we consume each other, lost in tongues and lips and breasts and sweet, sweet sensation as we rediscover each other. What the fuck? Like, you have not been separated for 6 months. What rediscover? What the actual fuck? Oh, I want this man. It's been too long. I want him here, now, in the open air, in our meadow. There it is. And it's been too long. It's been like 3 days at best. But you know what this is? This is the honeymoon scene from Twilight where he bangs her, but he hurts her, so then he doesn't want to bang anymore. So she literally begs him for sex. Because Christian is doing the same thing. Now that she's pregnant, he doesn't want to have sex with her because she's not a sexual being to him anymore. She's an incubator for his child. Whereas she is suddenly super horny for no reason whatsoever and never has been before. Okay, now I'm concerned because I can hear a large amount of rushing water above me. If there's a very loud bang, I may have to get up for a minute. Because the last time that happened, it was the boiler blowing up and it flooded both elevators, and there's only one of them working right now. Uh. Anna, he breathes, entranced, and his hand skims over my backside to the hem of my skirt. I scramble to unbutton his shirt, all fingers and thumbs. They're just gonna get fully naked and go at it in a field while the entire construction crew watches. Whoa, Anna, stop. He pulls back, his jaw clenched, and grabs my hands. Yep, now he's Edward. No, my teeth clamp gently around his lower lip and I tug. Ah. Nobody in the history of ever has ever found that sexy. Like ever. Uh, no, I murmur again, gazing at him. I release him. I want you. He inhales sharply. He's torn. His indecision writ large in his luminous gray eyes. Please, I need you. Every pore of my being is begging. This is what we do. What? Okay, what am I even supposed to say to that? Because she's suddenly the horniest thing in the world. He's lost all sexual desire for her. She's grabbing at him, begging for some dick, and he's saying no. And she's saying this is what we do while trying to take his clothes off in a field. Do those movies have audio described for the visually impaired? Because if they do, he groans in defeat as his mouth finds mine. Here we go. Molding my lips to his, one hand cradles my head while the other skims down my body to my waist, and he eases me onto my back and stretches out beside me, never breaking contact with my mouth. He pulls back, hovering over me, gazing down. You are so beautiful, Mrs. Gray. Thank you for telling us yet again. I caress his lovely face. So are you, Mr. Gray. Inside and out. He frowns, and my fingers trace the furrow of his brow. Don't frown. You are to me, even when you're angry, I whisper. I'm sorry, are we saying he doesn't consider himself hot as fuck? Because he absolutely does. He groans once more and his mouth captures mine, pushing me into the soft grass beneath the blanket. I've missed you, he whispers, and his teeth graze my jaw. My heart soars. Missed you from what? Like, again, this is where I feel like there's a missing chapter or something. Again, It's about the fourth time. Like, I'm telling you, the last, like, 6 chapters of this, somebody else took a hatchet to them and rewrote them, and it wasn't E.L. James. Because this doesn't sound like her. I mean, it's still terrible, but it doesn't sound like her. And there's so much, like, continuity error and references to things that did not happen. Like, they're acting like they've been apart for weeks or months or something, and that's just not true. You know, or that she was in a coma for 6 months, which, again, is not true. Oh, persnickety, how's Sasha girl doing? Is she back out chasing rabbits, or is she still confined to the couch? His lips moved to my throat, leaving tender kisses in their wake, and his fingers followed, deftly undoing each button of my blouse. Tugging my blouse apart, he kisses the soft swell of my breasts. He murmurs appreciatively, low in his throat, and the sound echoes through my body to my deep, dark places. Couldn't even say desires. Your body's changing, he whispers. Not yet, it isn't. She's 4 months pregnant! 4 weeks. Weeks. I'm sure she does. Pretty girl. She's 4 goddamn weeks pregnant. Nothing is changing yet. Hormone levels a little, but her body ain't changing fuck yet. Ugh. I swear that this leftover shit because Bella had the super sped up pregnancy where like a week was a month or like 3 days was a month or whatever. So like that like leaked over into this and they just didn't correct it for like a human pregnancy. Because you know, you can't actually Google the steps of human pregnancy. We learned about it in school for Christ's sake. Oh yeah. True. She hasn't even truly missed a period yet. Oh, thank God. Back when I used to, you know, because PCOS, you skip your period a lot. Like, sometimes I'd skip 6 months in a row and then be horrifically ill. But at least I wasn't having sex at the time, so I knew I wasn't pregnant. Well, at least I wasn't having the kind of sex that can get you pregnant. But thank God, or I would have been out of my mind. And years later, I would learn that pregnancy tests are stupid expensive, and I don't know why. There's several things I've found that are very overpriced, and there's no real explanation. Your body's changing, he whispers. No, it's not. His thumb teases my nipple until it's erect and straining against my bra. Keep in mind his brother and the entire construction crew are watching this. I like, he adds. I'm sorry, are they implying that her boobs are bigger already? 'Cause no, they're fucking not. I don't know at what point in the pregnancy the boobs get bigger, but I think it's fairly late. I watch his tongue taste and trace the line between my bra and my breast, ew, tantalizing and teasing me. Taking my bra cup delicately between his teeth, he pulls it down. Okay, that's one of those things that like sounds good on paper, but in reality would suck. Freeing my breast and nuzzling my nipple with his nose in the process. It puckers at his touch, and from the chill of the gentle fall breeze, his lips close around me and he sucks long and hard. I may throw up. I said I'm queasy. This is not helping. I've had queasy, funny tummy like since last night. This is not helping. If I get up suddenly, it's because I have to puke. Ah! I groaned, still using the word for pain. Inhaling sharply. Ah! I gotta stop doing. Inhaling sharply, then wincing as pain radiates outward from my bruised ribs. Duh. Well, also keep in mind, Elliot picked her up and spun her around, which obviously hurt like a motherfucker, but she didn't say anything. Anna, Christian exclaims and glares down at me. Concern etched on his face. This is what I'm talking about. What? He admonishes. Now I'm gonna die. Your lack of self-preservation. I don't want to hurt you. You're the one who obliterated her sense of self-preservation. I have been saying that for this entire fucking series. And it's provable that, yes, little by little, he has gotten her to put herself in progressively more dangerous, more violent situations and gotten accustomed to them like a frog in water that is slowly being raised to boiling. Exactly like that. And now he, of course, is going to pull a 180 and continue to be the world's biggest douchebag by saying, where's your sense of self-preservation, i.e., you shouldn't be telling me you want sex when you have bruised ribs. I'm not saying that fucking with bruised ribs wouldn't be excruciating, because I'm pretty sure it would be. But for Christ's fucking sake, asshole who told her to speed over 100 in a car she couldn't control, weave in and out of traffic, go on a high-speed chase through a highway in a major metropolitan city, running a red light in the equivalent of downtown Toronto, Yonge and Bloor, busiest intersection in the country. Long time it was the most deadly. Hasn't been in 10 years. Yay us. Yay traffic control. But still fucking busy. Doesn't matter what time of the day or night it is. It's one of those intersections that is 24/7 goddamn busy. And it's fucking crazy. I know people who have lived here their whole lives, including friends of mine, and we've gone on trips, who will not drive in Toronto because it's crazy and it's confusing and it's a lot and it's hectic. I know people that will not drive there. They park their cars in the GO station and take the train in because they will not drive in Toronto because it's too much. And he told her to go on a high-speed chase through that, weaving in and out of traffic, chasing cars, cutting people off, and infamously running a red light in a major intersection. He told her to do all that, and she did it. And now he wants to bitch that she has no sense of self-preservation? Gee, whose fucking fault is that? Yeah, also this. Yeah, it is. That's all he's done. That's why Kate hated him in the first book, because she was like telling Anna, like, every time you go see him and come back, you come back devastated and broken and cry. So, like, what is going on? But that's when Kate was a real character before she turned into an idiot and a bimbo. Which I maintain that's why Christian told his brother to, hey, go for that because I need it out of the way so I can get the one that I want. Like, I swear, he sent his brother to fuck Kate to run interference for him. Probably never thinking that Elliot would end up marrying Kate, but he would keep her out of the way long enough for him to brainwash and marry Anastasia. That was the plan. No, don't stop. I whimper, because she has to be pathetically horny. He stares at me, warring with himself. Please. She's literally begging him for painful sex. So we've come full circle in a way. Here. Abruptly he moves, and I'm sitting astride him, my short skirt now bunched up around my hips. His hands glide over the tops of my thigh highs. There. That's better, and I can enjoy the view. He reaches up and hooks his long fingers into my other bra cup, freeing that breast too. So now she's topless on top of him, and everybody is watching. He grasps both of my breasts, and I throw my head back, pushing them into his welcome expert hands. He teases me, tugging and rolling my nipples until I cry out, then sits up so we're nose to nose, his greedy gray eyes on mine. He kisses me, his fingers still teasing me. And by the way, if she's going to be on top and bouncing up and down, that's about the most painful thing for her ribs that they could possibly do. I scramble for his shirt, undoing the first two buttons, and it's like sensory overload. I want to be kissing him everywhere, undressing him, making love with him all at once. Make up your mind. Hey, he gently grasps my head and pulls back, eyes dark and full of sensual promise. There's no rush. Take it slow. I want to savor you. Oh, so he's back in. He's back in with the sex now. Christian, it's been so long. I'm panting. It's been like 3 days since they've had sex, at most. At most. Like, when did she become just a complete slut? Not that there's anything wrong with that. But I'm saying this was never her character. She was never. Did she ever instigate sex between them? I don't even remember. I don't care. But she was never the super horny wanton one. And now all of a sudden, all she can think about is dick. And like getting super horny during pregnancy is a thing. I've heard of this. But again, it's something that happens many, many months later and is due to hormones. Like, she is 4 weeks pregnant, and I just heard a kitty fall off something. Sometimes he rolls over in his sleep and falls off the chair. But this is what happens when you sleep on your back and stretch out so that your head and the top half of you is hanging off the front of the chair, and then you look at me going, this is the most comfortable thing ever, until you stretch a little too far and fall off the chair. And then he usually glares at the chair like it's the chair's fault. Slow, he whispers, and it's a command. He kisses the right corner of my mouth. Slow. He kisses the left corner. Slow, baby. He tugs my bottom lip with his teeth. Let's take this slow. He unfurls his fingers in my hair, keeping me in place as his tongue invades my mouth, seeking, tasting, claiming, inflaming. Oh, my man can kiss. That sounds like he just gave her an STD. All right, I gotta get some more water. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll give you a topic. Fruits you would like to dress as for Halloween and why. I'll be right back. water good. Also, I checked out the headlines, and in 3 days, uh, idiot American president about to put 25% tariffs on everything my country sells to their country. And a 10% tariff on energy imported from Canada. Because that's not really stupid. Can someone explain to Trump that tariffs are not a tax and do not generate income for the United States? Because he really thinks that they do. Trudeau set to announce retaliatory tariffs sometime tomorrow, probably. Though since we are in the midst of a snap election here, which nobody is paying attention to, including me, I'm sure there'll be a lot of hot air blown around on Monday morning shows. I'm willing to bet if you stood on a street corner right now and asked, like, random Canadians, ask 100 people, do they even know that we're having a snap election? Probably 50 of them would say no. There's like 7 people running. I should actually look up when the voting is, though. I think it's on I was going to say the 21st, but that's too far. It would be like the 14th or something, because it's only like a 3-week election. So it's short. Well, that's actually long for us, but yes, it is possible to have an election that doesn't take 2.5 years. It's one thing that always has boggled my mind since I was a child about America, is that they make elections take so long. Like, we once had a provincial snap election that took 6 days, and like 4 of those were a weekend. The sound of a puppy drinking water. He makes a bit of a mess. I caress his face, my fingers moving tentatively down to his chin, then to his throat, and I start again on the buttons of his shirt, taking my time as he continues to kiss me. Hasn't she unbuttoned his shirt like 3 times already? Slowly I pull his shirt apart, my fingers trailing over his clavicles, feeling their way across his warm, silky skin. Clavicles is not a sexy word. I push him gently back until he's laying beneath me. Oi! Little brat's trying to eat the kitty food. He thinks because I'm talking to the camera and reading the book that I won't notice he's trying to steal the kitty food. Then, of course, he slowly backs away like, I wasn't doing that. I wasn't trying to steal the kitty food. I wasn't doing that. But if he could look away for like another 2 minutes. Brat. Sitting up, I gaze down at him, aware that I'm squirming against his growing erection. Ew. I trace my fingers across his lips to his jaw, then down his neck and over his Adam's apple to that little dip at the base of his throat. My beautiful man. I lean down and kiss. My kisses follow the tips of my fingers. My teeth graze his jaw and kiss his throat. He closes his eyes. Ah, he groans and tilts his head back, giving me easier access to the base of his throat. His mouth his mouth slack and open in silent veneration. Christian lost and aroused is just so exhilarating and so arousing to me. This is all out of character for both of them. And again, his brother and several other people are watching. My tongue trails down his sternum, twirling through his chest hair. Ew, 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 ew. Ew. He tastes so good. He smells so good. Intoxicating. I kiss first one, then two of his small round scars, and he grasps my hips so my fingers halt on his chest and I gaze down at him. His breathing is harsh. You want this? Here? He breathes. You started it! His eyes hooded with a heady combination of love and lust. No, it's just lust. Yes, I murmur, and my lips and tongue graze across his chest to his nipple, and I pull and roll it gently with my teeth. Yeah, I don't know if that's a thing guys actually like or not. Oh, Anna, he whispers, and circling my waist, he lifts me, tugging at his button and fly so he springs free. Why do erections always have to spring free? Why is it always like boing? Like I want to put in cartoon sound effects. Why is it always that? He sits me down again and I push against him, delighting in the feel of him hot and hard beneath me. He runs his hands up my thighs, pausing where my thigh highs stop and my flesh begins. His hands running small, teasing circles at the tops of my thighs so the tips of his thumbs touch me. Touch me where I want to be touched. Again, nobody played this out with Barbie dolls because it doesn't work if you do. I gasp. I hope you're not attached to your underwear, he murmurs, his eyes wild and bright. His fingers trace the elastic along my belly, then slide inside, teasing me, before grabbing my panties tightly and pushing his thumbs through the delicate material. My panties disintegrate. The fuck were they made out of? I mean, I've heard of edible panties, but not ones that disintegrate when touched. I really would like to know. Because all it said was that he pushed his thumbs through the material, which I've done that on bras that I own, including this one. When trying to pull the back, sometimes your thumb goes through the thing, okay? They don't make them very well. Right? Right? I don't understand. And I'm assuming she's wearing like some La Perla or some shit. Or something expensive. Oh yeah, I know, right? Yeah, no, you're totally right. She has to be wearing granny panties because she's so very pregnant. Like seriously, once like she really starts to show and like put on weight and get like swollen ankles and weird late night cravings and mood swings and crying jags and I'm trying to think like all the pregnancy things. There's so fucking much. And puking her guts out 5 times a day for months. Like, do we think he's gonna be in the bathroom holding her hair while she has morning sickness? Like, or when we get to the point where she's so pregnant, she's like, "Don't fucking touch me. I hate everything." Because that's a place. I've known a lot of pregnant women. They've all said they get to the place, even the ones that had the period of being extremely horny. It's followed by "Don't fucking touch me." Okay, there's some weird goddamn shit going on above me. Now there's construction sounds and it's like 10 at night. Okay, it's 9:30. But there should not be construction sounds, and I know it's not the balconies because A, they're not allowed to work this late or on Saturday, and B, they're on hold right now because there was an update. The balconies are now going to take longer than the end of March, meaning they're going to end up taking about 16 months in total. They're on pause right now because the last shipment of railings and panels to finish the balconies is back ordered, which I can't blame the building for that. That's not their fault. But until it comes in, which they don't know when that's going to be, they can't finish. But that also means that my balcony stays shut until then because they have to get them inspected and signed off on. So even though mine is finished, and mine's been finished for 3 months, because they're so fucking cheap, they don't want to pay for an inspector twice. They won't have the inspector come sign off on the 75% of the balconies that are done so people can actually go out and enjoy them. Also, they look like shit. I can see it through the window and the door. They look like fucking shit. They're not level. The railings are not level. I can see that. But more than that, the way they're attached to the balcony, they have these giant fucking metal plates that look sharp AF, but then they've got bolts up through them like this high, like 4 inches, with giant lug nuts on here, but then like the rebar sticking up through it. People people are going to break their toes on this. It doesn't look safe at all. And also, they just look really fucking ugly. Okay, cough syrup is not as good as advertised. The warm water and honey will save your ass. I know. I tried to get that. The store was out. Hi. Where did you come from? Hi. Okay, I'll pick you up in a minute. I gotta finish this scene. Then I'll pick you up, okay? He says, no, pick me up now. You wait just a minute. Just a minute, okay? Okay, you have your pillow. Lay down. He's going, but up. But I want to be up. I'm a puppy and up. My panties disintegrate. See, now it's making me think of a Romulan disruptor for some reason. Probably because I was watching TNG earlier. His fingers trace the... Oh my god, my brain work. His hands splay out on my thighs. It's not my fault I'm losing my place when she keeps using the same 10 words over and over. His hands splay out on my thighs, and his thumbs brush against my sex once more. He flexes his hips so his erection rubs against me. You're sitting on it. What do you expect? I can feel how wet you are. His voice is tinged with carnal appreciation, and he suddenly sits up, his arm around my waist again, so we're nose to nose. This wouldn't be painful for her at all. He rubs his nose against mine. What is it with the nose thing in this? Where did this come from? Why is this a thing? We're going to take this slow, Mrs. Gray. I want to feel all of you. This is supposed to be romantic and sensual. It's not. He lifts me and with exquisite, frustrating, slow ease lowers me onto him. I feel gonna barf. I feel each blessed inch of him fill me. Ew. Ah, I moan incoherently as I reach out to clasp his arms. Okay, if you're incoherent, he should not be having sex with you. Not that this would stop him, but I'm just saying. I try to lift myself off him for some welcome friction, but he holds me in place. All of me, he whispers, and tilts his pelvis, pushing himself into me all the way. That's easier to do if she's on the bottom. There's such an ick factor. Like a really high level of ick factor. I throw my head back and let out a strangled cry of pure pleasure. That strangled cry and pure pleasure are not words that should go together. Let me hear you, he murmurs. Let the entire construction crew and my brother hear you as well. No, don't move. Just feel. I'm sorry, did you give her shrooms? I open my eyes, my mouth frozen in a silent ah, but he's gazing at me, hooded, licentious gray eyes into dazed blue. He shifts, rolling his hips, but holds me in place. I groan. His lips are at my throat, kissing me. This is my favorite place. Buried in you. And I'm making all the serial killer jokes right there. He murmurs against my skin. Please move, I plead. There should not be this much begging during sex unless that is the point. Unless you are playing a scene and somebody is being the submissive, there shouldn't be this much begging during sex. But again, we're ripping off the honeymoon scene from Twilight. Ah. Slow, Mrs. Gray. He flexes his hips again and pleasure radiates through me. I cup his face and kiss him, consuming him. Does that mean he's dead? Can I stop now? Love me. Please, Christian. I'm highlighting that because out of context it's going to be fucking hilarious. The burn video for this is going to be the longest ever because I have so much highlighted. His teeth skim my jaw up to my ear. Go, he whispers, and he lifts me up and down, 'cause that wouldn't make her scream in pain with busted ribs. This is such a bad idea. Though, at this point, given all he's done to her, I'm pretty sure that he has just trained her that immense amounts of pain are supposed to go with sex. I think I've said that before, even before the ribs thing. My inner goddess is unleashed. Oh, of course, we had to have more of that. and I push him down on the ground and start to move, savoring the feeling of him inside me, riding him hard. With his hands around my waist, he matches my rhythm. I have missed this. Since when? The heady feeling of him beneath me, inside me, the sun on my back. When did you ever do it outside like this before? When has she ever been on top? Has she ever been on top? I don't think so. No, I'm saying with certainty, she's never been on top, and they've never done it outside unless you count the one in the car where he strangled her. The sweet smell of fall in the air, the gentle autumnal breeze, the heady fusion of senses, touch, taste, smell, and the sight of my beloved husband beneath me. Oh, Anna, he groans, eyes closed, head back, mouth open. Ah, I love this. And inside I'm building, climbing, higher. Christian's hands move to my thighs, and delicately his thumbs press at their apex, and I explode around him over and over and over and over. It really says it 4 times. And I collapse, sprawled on his chest as he cries out in turn, letting go and calling out my name with love and joy. Again, while his brother and the crew watches. Now I need a puppy. Bo, where are you? Oh, I'm sorry, you're all snuggled. Oh, he's under his puppy bed, all happy. Oh, go back under your puppy bed. I didn't mean to wake you up. I'm sorry. Oh, now he just looks confused. I'm sorry, baby. I didn't know you got all snuggled. But now he's gonna get up because he heard his name. All right, come here. Let me cuddle you. Okay, come here, baby. Up, up. Oh, he's doing rub my belly. Come on, up. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Hi. Hi. I know you didn't like today because it's cold and it's not allowed to be cold. No, it's just not allowed to be cold, is it? No. The other thing is, my balcony door is now so warped that even with the lock on, it only has like one of those cheap twist locks on the handle and won't stay shut anymore. So if the wind is blowing the right way, it bangs open very loudly and has scared the absolute fuck out of him several times. Not to mention blowing open in the middle of the goddamn night and letting the blizzard blow in. I mean, I know I've been begging for snow, but I didn't want it inside. I literally had to put nails in it to keep it shut. But I've been telling the idiot building to replace it since literally the day I moved in 8 years ago. They still haven't replaced it. It's been broken the entire time. And no, their redoing of the balconies does not include the doors into the apartments or the screen doors, which are ancient as fuck. Oh, you're sleepy. Okay, I'm gonna put you back to bed because you're sleepy, boy. Oh, yeah, he's falling asleep. He's tired. Okay, I'm sorry I woke you. I'm sorry. Go back under your puppy bed, okay? Okay. Okay. Okay, say buy a duck so I can chew it. Not that I will, because I'm a good boy. I totally never tried to do that. I didn't have one of the duck's heads in my mouth and almost got away with it, but then I got spotted and considered running and then decided not to because that would be more trouble. Totally didn't try to eat one of the ducks. No, I didn't do that. I wouldn't do that. I'm a good boy, really. No matter what the kitty says. Okay, you go back to sleep, okay? Go back to sleep. Okay? Belly rubs. Belly rubs. Belly rubs. Belly rubs. Belly rubs. Oh, I know you love your belly. Okay. You can go back under your puppy bed. Oh, I know. I know. Ugh, mostly my concern was that the neighbors were gonna complain that I was hammering shit at like fucking midnight, but it was like we had a full on blizzard going on. It's already freezing in here. The heat was off like half the day. It's warm enough now, but it went out at some point in the night. It's actually a little overheated now, but it's to be expected. They actually put out an email saying what to do if your apartment is too hot because the heat is so fucking unbalanced that it's either freezing or too hot. He cuddles me against his chest, cradling my head. Mmm. Closing my eyes, I savor the feel of his arms around me. My hand on his chest, feeling the steady beat of his heart as it slows and calms. I kiss and nuzzle him. I marvel briefly that not that long ago he would not have let me do this. Better, he whispers. I raise my head, grinning broadly. Yes, because sex makes everything better. That's just universally true. Not much. You? My answering grin reflects his. I've missed you, Mrs. Gray. He's serious for a moment. Why do they keep saying I've missed you? This is like the 10th time. They have not missed each other. You have not been apart. Like, when you rip out scenes, you have to go through the rest and make sure it still works. This doesn't, because they never did that. I swear, somebody just took a hatchet to the last, like, 4 chapters, ripped a bunch of shit out, and then didn't go over it again to make sure it still made fucking sense. Because this doesn't. Me too. No more heroics, eh? No, I promise. She was not a fucking. She was not. Stop it. You should always talk to me, he whispers. Back at you, Gray. Stop doing that. He smirks. Fair point, well made. I'll try. This chapter was written by AI, I swear to God. That's why it's just repeating phrases from the rest of the series, and that's all it is. He kisses my hair. Never do this. Oh, I. But somebody did, because this is not E.L. James's fucking style. It doesn't sound like her. I've read 5 of her books now. And I'm a writer myself. I can pick up on writing styles. I know who wrote what. I mean, I once impressed the shit out of one of my cousins because she found this drawing online and she's an idiot. But she was thinking this is funny of trying to say that she drew this drawing and I'm on instant glance I'm like, "You didn't draw that." And she's like, "Yeah, I did." And I'm like, "No, you didn't." And, and she had been like I had to tell her about 20 times before she'd stop, but she's like, "Okay, how did you know?" And I'm like, "Because I've seen your drawing. I know what your style is. This is not your style. This doesn't look like you." And apparently it was news to her that art of any kind has a style. That's true about painting, drawing, sculpting, and writing. Like when I was in high school, um I actually had to do a collage poster for an English project. And the teacher liked it, so she put it up on the wall. And several weeks later, the art teacher, who I also had classes with, happened to walk in the room and immediately said to the teacher, like, "Oh, that's hers, isn't it?" And the teacher's like, "Yeah, that's hers." Because the art teacher knew my style because I'd gone through like 4 art classes with her, so she'd seen like me doing painting, sculpting, all of it. So she knew what my style was. So when she saw a collage poster, she was like, "Oh, that's hers because it's my style." I know, right? I know, like I don't know. It's weird. It's really, really, really weird. Again, I think E.L. James probably wrote a much more violent confrontation between Hyde and Anastasia because like I said, as it is written, all he did was backhand her lightly, not even with the gun, just with his hand, just slapped her once, kicked her once, and that was it. That was it. And yet supposedly that was enough to fracture her skull, nearly kill her, break her ribs, and put her in a coma for 3 days? But it makes sense if you think that she did write the violent scene. They were worried it would undercut the romance of the movies, which were just starting to come out. And so they stripped out the violence, but then didn't change the outcome so that it would match. And this is more of that. They're probably, like, maybe she was originally in a coma for 6 months. Who knows? And that's where all the "I missed you" crap is. "I think we're going to be happy here," I whisper, closing my eyes again. "Yep, you, me, and Blip. How do you feel, incidentally?" "Fine. Relaxed. Happy. Good. You?" I have no idea who's talking because it's just one-line dialogue back and forth. "Yeah, all those things," he murmurs. I look up at him, trying to gauge his expression. "What?" he asks. "You know, you're very bossy when we have sex." I don't know who said that. "Are you complaining?" "No. I'm just wondering. You said you missed it." "No, nobody said that." He stills, gazing at me. "Sometimes," he whispers. The actual fuck, I have no idea what's going on right now. "Oh. Well, we'll have to see what we can do about that." I murmur and kiss him lightly on his lips, curling around him like I'm a vine. Ew. Images of us together, in the playroom, the tallis, the table, capital TALLIS, WTF, the table, the cross, shackled to the bed. I love his kinky fuckery. They never used the cross. I remember it has one. It's I believe it's a St. James cross, it's called. Fun thing to have, easy to make at home. But they never used it, I don't think. I love his kinky fuckery. Our kinky fuckery. Yes, I can do that stuff. I can do that for him. With him. I, with him, I can do that for me. Here we go. Here it is. Here it is. Because we got to full circle it and drive a spike through her brain. Here it is. We got to justify. We got to justify all his abuse by saying, "Oh, yes, she can put up with it. She can do it for him, but now she can do it for herself too because she's secretly discovered after he's abused and beaten and brainwashed her for months that, oh, she really likes it too." You know, the reality is it's just the only kind of sex she's ever known. Because he was her first and only. So all she knows about the entirety of sex is what he has done to her. There's something very fucked up about that I could probably talk for a month about. My skin tingles as I remember the riding crop. At the ready. I like to play too, I murmur, and glancing up, I'm treated to his shy smile. Since fucking when? You know, I'd really like to test your limits, he whispers. Yeah, that's a thing to do to a pregnant woman. Yeah, totally. My limits for what? Pleasure. Oh, I think I'd like that. She still doesn't understand what he's saying. Well, maybe when we get home, he whispers, leaving that promise between us. Oh, what? I nuzzle him once more. I love him so. Seriously, how much of this do we have left till we get to the epilogue? Okay, only like 2 pages. So we're actually doing pretty good on time. I was worried we'd run short, but we're gonna be fine. It's been 2 days since our picnic. 2 days since the promise of, well, maybe when we get home was made. Oh my god, it's 2 days later, she's still horny. Make it stop! Make it stop! Christian is still treating me like I'm made of glass. Did I not predict that that's exactly what he would fucking do? He still won't let me go to. There it is! There it is! There it just outright is! And always shall be, forever time. He still won't let me go to work! So she's fully accepted her captivity now. Because there's no other goddamn word for it when your husband tells you, I don't want you to go to work today, and then you don't. I mean, like, no wonder, like, nobody, she doesn't even have a real fucking, just put her name on the thing, make her the head of the board or something, one of those things where your name is on it, but you don't actually work there. Like, figurehead. That's all she needs to be. Because that's all she is. And everybody knows it. But did I not say that the pregnancy was going to be the final excuse for her never working, never leaving the apartment? Like, she's not going to leave the entire pregnancy. He's literally going to keep her chained to the bed at some point, I have no doubt. Also, can you imagine him in a delivery room? He'd be a nightmare. The nurses would be conspiring to murder him. Right? Like, we've not seen her spend a full day at work. And in the time she supposedly worked there, she started as assistant to the editor-in-chief, which is already a very prestigious job to get straight out of college. And then became the editor-in-chief after he sexually assaulted her and got fired. She somehow gets promoted to his job and claims the book, honestly, with a straight goddamn face, claims that it had nothing to do with the fact that her husband bought the company. That her getting that absolutely ridiculous promotion, she's been out of college for like 2 weeks, and she's the editor and publisher in chief of a large publishing house that does actual work. Yeah, that has nothing to do with the fact that your husband owns the company. or the fact that every single fucking day she has ever gone to the office, he's either shown up, yelled at her, shown up, yelled at somebody else. They've spent all day fighting over email, or she has had to leave because he's ordered her to do something or something dangerous happened. Or she left to get married and then go on a honeymoon for 6 weeks, like 3 days after getting the job. And since getting back has gone to the office precisely twice for less than an hour each time. And more fighting. Oh, I have to highlight this. Christian is still treating me like I'm made of glass. He still won't let me go to work. So I've been working from home. That's not possible unless somebody is bringing you manuscripts to read. I put the stack of query letters I've been reading aside on my desk and sigh. Where does she have a desk? Christian and I haven't been back in the playroom since I safe worded. That's not how you say that. And he said he misses it. Well, so do I. No, she doesn't. He's a monster. And also, by the way, he committed the biggest sin in BDSM, which is when she used the safe word, he abused her for it. There can be no retaliation for using the safe word. Also, no pouting or being a whiny little bitch. Like, the proper response to the submissive using the safe word is for the dominant to say, I'm so sorry I pushed you too far. We're stopping now, and I'm going to take care of you. But we established that E.L. James didn't discover aftercare or didn't think it was important. Especially now that he wants to explore my limits. That should send her running. Like, that's what she was running from this entire time. And him exploring her limits, what limits? She doesn't know enough about anything to know what her limits are, meaning he's just going to push her until it turns into torture, and she will use the safe word again, and he will pout like a whiny little bitch again. She doesn't know enough about anything to know what she likes or doesn't like, or what's too far or what's not. And I'm not saying there isn't some trial and error in finding all that out, but you have to have a pretty good goddamn clue of who you are, what you like, what you don't, and what counts as sexy and not for you before you start doing shit like that. Because that's where you get into the realm of things can really get fucked up and end up in like trips to the ER and 10 years of therapy. And I'm not exaggerating at all. I also remind you that because of these goddamn books, the what is it? NSH? NHS? Whatever the British healthcare system is, I swear to God this is true. When these books fucking came out, they had to put out a public service announcement awareness campaign that included posters and commercials and a hotline telling people to please stop trying to do the shit you read about in 50 Shades, because literally it was causing massive numbers of people to end up in the ER because they hurt themselves or each other trying to do this shit while having no fucking clue what they were doing. So when the National Health Service is putting out a warning against doing the things in this book, like I really would like to find those commercials. I've never seen them, but I know they exist. I flush, thinking what that could possibly entail. I glance at the billiard table. Yes, can't wait to explore those, also while being pregnant. So the time to explore your sexual limits with pain and bondage and violence. That's really great to do to your body while you're pregnant. I mean, I'm not saying you can't have sex while you're pregnant, but I'm saying you do have to, like, account for things. My thoughts are interrupted by soft lyrical music that fills the apartment. Christian is playing the piano, not one of his usual laments, but a sweet melody. A hopeful melody because Edward wrote that song for Bella. One that I recognize, but I've never heard him play. I tiptoe to the archway of the great room and watch Christian at the piano. It's dusk. The sky is an opulent pink, and the light is reflected off his burnished copper hair. He looks beautiful. Breath- he looks his beautiful, breathtaking self, concentrating as he plays, unaware of my presence. He's been so forthcoming over the last few days, so attentive, offering small insights into his day, his thoughts, his plans. Again, it, in written form, you have to show this. Like, you're telling us this happened, but we didn't see it. You didn't write these scenes of him doing all this. So I don't buy it. As if he's breached a dam and started talking. Oh, he grew up and turned into a wheel boy. I know he'll come check on me in a few minutes. It's good to keep track of your hostage. Good to make sure she's okay. And it gives me an idea. Excited, I steal away, hoping he still hasn't noticed me, and race to our room, stripping off my clothes as I go, until I'm wearing nothing but pale blue lacy panties. I find a pale blue camisole and slip it on quickly. It will hide my bruise. Yeah, because again, she should still be in, like, major pain from the ribs. Diving into the closet, I pull out Christian's faded jeans, his playroom jeans, his favorite jeans from the drawer. From my bedside table, I pick up my Blackberry, fold the jeans neatly, and kneel by the bedroom door. Dear God. Dear God! Fuck off! Okay, book deserves this. Also stole this scene from Secretary, which is a really great movie. You want to watch a good movie about bondage? Watch Secretary. It's very good. The door is ajar and I can hear the strains of another piece, one I don't know, but it's another hopeful tune. It's lovely. I type a quick email. From Anastasia Gray. Subject, My husband's pleasure gag me with a stick, and my throat is killing me. Sir, I await your instructions. Yours always, Mrs. G. There's so much wrong with this. Yeah, also that. They have several members of live-in staff. There's Taylor, there's Mrs. Jones, there's Sawyer. Like, I don't think he's live-in, but there's definitely security. Like, there's other people in this house. Which I've always thought that would be weird. If you were rich and you had like live-in, like maid, butler, etc. Having sex would be weird. It would definitely take getting used to. Like, I've never even had sex in a house where there were other people. Because I just don't think I could. But I'm very self-conscious, so. You know, it's not like the staff doesn't know. Because we know that Mrs. Jones is the one who cleans the red room, so she knows. Because she's banging Taylor, I have no doubt Taylor knows. Do you think Taylor and Mrs. Jones ever sneak into the red room when Christian's not home? There's a thought. I bet somebody's written that fanfic. I press send. A few moments later, the music stops abruptly. My heart lurches and starts pounding. I wait, and eventually my Blackberry buzzes. From Christian Grey, subject my husband's pleasure, love this title, baby. Eat a dick. Mrs. G, I'm intrigued. I'll come find you. Be ready. So that's all it takes. That's all it takes for him to stop keeping her at arm's length because I don't want to hurt you or the baby after already fucking her in a field in an incredibly painful position. He then went back to no sex, and now all it takes is for her to say, I'm addressing you in the I'm addressing you in the term you like to be called when you're pretending to be a dom, and that's enough for him to go, "Oh yeah, get ready, baby." He has the impulse control of like a toddler. Have you seen Videodrome? No, but I've heard of it. I don't know anything about it though. Be ready. My heart starts to pound and I begin to count. Wouldn't it make more sense if she was kneeling in the red room? Because that's where she wants to go. Wouldn't it make more sense for her to just go there? My heart starts to pound and I begin to count. 37 seconds later, the door opens. Why would you count? I'm looking down at his bare feet as they pause on the threshold. He says nothing. For ages, he says nothing. Oh shit. I resist the urge to look up at him and keep my eyes downcast because she suddenly knows how to be a submissive. Because I point out, she never did any of the submissive crap that he wanted her to do. Like, I know he spelled it all out in the contract, how she's supposed to kneel with her hands on her thighs with palms up and head down and don't ever look at me and don't look up and don't make eye contact. But that was months ago. Are we saying she remembers this because she doesn't? But now all of a sudden she's the perfectly trained submissive that can make him come to her. Brief pause. I will be right back. Yes, it is. Also, I don't know what the hell is going on around here, but the back wall of my bathroom sounds like Niagara Falls is running down it. So I don't know if something went bang or there's a burst pipe somewhere, but something's up. Also, I can feel the temperature plunging in here. So I think the heat is out again. I can hear it from here. Something is leaking very heavily somewhere. Hopefully somebody is aware of it. Because I'm not sure where it's coming from, but it's very loud. Uh, Finally, he reaches down and picks up his jeans. He stays silent, but heads into the walk-in closet while I remain stock still. Oh my, this is it. Oh, excuse me. Oh my. See, again, I'm getting like 1% better at that, like over a month. My heart is thundering, and I relish the rush of adrenaline that spikes through my body. I squirm as my excitement builds. What will he do to me? Again, you get why it was so easy to recut the movie into a horror movie. Lines like that are why. And can we also say this is the biggest case of character assassination ever, or it would be if she'd ever had a character. But she doesn't. We don't know anything about her outside of his perception of her. She didn't come in as a fully established character with her own likes, dislikes, you know, a spine of any kind would have helped. But now all of a sudden she's full on super submissive slut nymphette horny bitch. Which is nothing that she has ever been anything like, even slightly, even hinted at. So are we saying what? She's pregnant and she's sexually liberated now? Because that's not how pregnancy works. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Like I said, I maintain this book should be taught in universities. Well, actually, this book should be taught in middle school. Not the sex scenes, but the abusive shit. Should be held up as an example of what not to tolerate in a relationship. You could really teach a really good course on red flags and what not to tolerate in a relationship and warning signs to look for based on these books. I really wish somebody would do that. A few moments later, he's back, wearing the jeans. So you want to play, he murmurs. Yes. He says nothing, and I risk a quick glance up his jeans to his denim-clad thighs, the soft bulge at his fly, the open button at the waist, his happy trail, his navel, his chiseled abdomen, his chest hair, his gray eyes blazing. Because we needed one last look. Because this is the end of the book. This is the final page right here. The next page is the beginning of the epilogue. This is how it ends. This is the end of the actual book. His head cocked to one side. He's arching an eyebrow. Oh shit. See, she's already going, oh shit. You're getting what you asked for and you're going, oh shit. That should not be happening. Yes, what? He whispers. Oh, right, I get it. Oh, yes, sir. So hard. So very hard. His eyes soften. Good girl. Fuck you, you don't get to ruin. Where's my lighter? I like that phrase. It doesn't get to ruin the phrase good girl. He murmurs and he caresses my head like she's a child again. We're doing the infantilizing during sex again because that's so good. I think we'd better get you upstairs now, he adds. My insides liquefy and my belly clenches in that delicious way. That sounds like she's about to have diarrhea. He takes my hand and I follow him through the apartment, again leading her like a child. Up the stairs. Outside the playroom, he halts and bends and kisses me gently before grasping my hair hard. There we go. There we go. There we go. You know you're topping from the bottom, he murmurs against my lips. No, she's not. I know what that is. I do that. But it's not this. You would not be pulling her hair if that's what she was doing. And for those who don't know, topping from the bottom is when a person who is normally dominant puts themselves in the submissive role, but they are still very much the one in control because the person taking on the dominant role is probably more submissive, but they will have been given strict instructions on what to do and not do to play out a particular fantasy or scene. So the submissive is not actually a true submissive because they have not given carte blanche to the person playing the dominant role. It is merely a switch of roles for two people in an intimate relationship involving a lot of trust and a lot of talking and a lot of explanations and a lot of rules and a lot of planning before doing a scene like that because you are trusting the other person. The person who is not normally submissive is putting themselves in a submissive role and trusting the other person to not fuck it up, basically. But you are in no way surrendering control the way a submissive does or allowing for the person playing the dominant role to do anything that they want because you've written and established the entire scene beforehand and everything is pre-planned and there are no changes. They cannot add anything or change things as they go or do whatever they want. That's not the rules. If you're topping from the bottom, then everything is established beforehand and they follow the rules within it. It's playing out a scene in a play, like Act 4, Scene 1 of Shakespeare, whatever. What? I don't understand what he's talking about, neither does he. Don't worry, I'll live with it, he whispers, amused. He had to have been making fun of her when he said it. There's no way he was being serious. He absolutely had to have been making fun of her. He runs his nose along my jaw and gently bites my ear. Once inside, kneel like I've shown you. She's already done that. Yes, sir. He gazes down at me, eyes shining with love, wonder, and wicked thoughts. There's a phrase. Geez, life is never going to be boring with Christian, and I'm in this for the long haul. I love this man, my husband, my lover, the father of my child, my sometimes dominant, fuck you, my 50 shades. End of chapter. End of the last actual chapter. We have the epilogue now. There's an epilogue, because of course there is. But first things first, kill it with fire. Okay, I burned the epilogue page a little bit. I put the lighter a little too close, sorry. But that needed to go away. It's one of my happy phrases. She doesn't get to use it. Oh, that smell is so good. Yeah, I burned the epilogue page a little bit. Don't worry, I can still read it. Because as we've established, even when these pages are burned, you can still read them because they're like magic. They're protected by evil magic, even when you burn it. Oh wow, it went through like several pages. I didn't mean to do that. Oops. Dude, this is why you shouldn't make me mad. Start playing with fire. I want to blame the cough syrup, but I can't because it was hours ago. Oh. Oh yeah. That whole scene makes no sense. The whole scene makes no goddamn sense at all. But that is actually how the movie actually ends. I had to slow it down because he mumbles it, but the actual last line of the last movie is they are in the playroom and she's kneeling and he says, "You seem to be topping from the bottom," and it's supposed to be funny or some shit, but it's so ridiculous and it makes no sense. And nobody, like, they don't know what that term means clearly. Okay, brief stretch break, then we will read the epilogue, which I'm imagining if I have epilogue, the thing with an epilogue is it can be set however long into the future. So I don't know how far ahead it's going to be. I'm thinking it's going to be post baby or like 5 minutes after the birth or something. Because, that would make sense. Usually an epilogue is to let you know how things happened, how things carried on after the end of the book. What happened after? Did they really live happily ever after? Oh, I'm going to take this opportunity to bring up, because I've always had, for anyone who knows, I don't know if anybody knows or if Stephanie Meyer's ever answered this question, because I've always wished that, oh, that's right. Yeah, in the movie, yeah, they're in the field and there is a little boy running around and she's pregnant again. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Mhm. Yeah, that's true. I'd forgotten about that. And she did say she wanted 2 kids, so yeah. But I've always had a question about the end of the Twilight series. Because as much as all the imprinting crap is crap and some of the worst things ever written and really evil when you think about it and really fucked up in many, 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 many ways and totally grooming, I've always wondered this. Since the immortal child, Bella and Edward's child, whatever the fuck they called it, I don't remember. Since she grows up super, super fast, like in movie time, I think it from being born to looking like about an 8 or 9 year old, it's been maybe a month. So presumably within another 2 months, she would hit being fully grown as an adult. Which, by the way, if you go from born to adult in 3 months, what kind of mental development are you going to have? Like, is this why she doesn't speak in the movies, or did they just not want to pay the actress? Because she doesn't speak, meaning she worked for scale and got paid as an extra. Because if you have lines, they have to pay you more. Was that it? Yeah. But her, like, in the movie she doesn't talk because they didn't want to pay the actress, but like, there's no point where we see anyone educating her in any way. Or like teaching her language skills or how to read or math or anything. So what we have after, because like when it ends, the series ends, she's still like 9, but Jacob has imprinted on her. And how does that work? Because within a month or two after the end of the books, she's going to look like an adult, meaning he's going to push things into a romantic sexual place with somebody who cannot speak, has no education, has the emotional skills of a 3-month-old, has never known anything else, has basically been literally bred and grown to be Jacob's sexual partner and nothing else, and has never had an option because the imprinting thing kind of works both ways. So that takes it to a whole new disgusting level on its own. But my bigger question is, what happens when Jacob gets old? Because we see that there is another immortal child who has been around for hundreds of years, so apparently they grow up to adulthood and then stop aging and I guess become immortal. I guess she's enough immortal that she's immortal. So the fact that the idiot Volturi guy says she's half immortal, half mortal, half immortal, that's not a thing. That's not a thing, and somebody should have caught that that's not a fucking thing. So no, she's immortal or will become immortal when she reaches like adulthood, as the other one clearly did, because again, hundreds of years old. But what happens to Jacob? Because he is not immortal. He is mortal. He's a werewolf, but he's mortal. Meaning he's going to grow old and die. What happens to her when he dies? Because he will be her entire world for her entire life. All she will ever know is that she was born literally to love him and be his sex partner, and that's it. And then he's going to die. Or are we saying she's going to create the first ever vampire werewolf hybrid, which I think is ripping off Underworld? But I only saw the first one of those because it was kind of cool, and then they got dumb. Really, really, really dumb. So yeah, I would like an epilogue on Renesmee and Jacob, like 5 years after the end of Twilight. Why would you do this for Snickety? Why? We all know CGI baby was a terrible idea. The fact that they took an actual 9-year-old actress and tried to age her down to a baby, which didn't work. I will say the aging up, the scene where she is shown as an adult running through the woods, because that was just face replacement with some CGI aging up, that worked. That looked fine. The baby is what didn't work. And what's the problem with just having a normal, just hire a baby for the day? Get one of those super realistic robot babies. But the CGI baby face was a horrible idea. Yeah, I didn't question your accuracy. I meant I didn't remember. There is not a trailer for 6. They're not making any more. They're rebooting them, but they're not making extended ones. And yes, there are Twilight reboots being circulated around Hollywood, have been for a couple years. It's just a question, like the studio's already bought in, they've already said yes. It's just a question of when they're going to pull the pin on it. You know, they're just waiting for the right time to cash in on it. So honestly, I think the Twilight franchise is waiting for the reboot of Harry Potter, which is, again, in the works. The casting is out now and people are pissed. I didn't look at it because I don't care. But people are pissed that Daniel Radcliffe, Emma Watson, and Rupert Grint have now all been recast. The cast list is out, and people are like, "That's not my Harry Potter." Fuck you. They're remaking shit that's less than 20 years old for cash. They're doing it for money. Do you think they have integrity or give a flying fuck? So no, the studio that owns Twilight is just waiting to see how the remake of Harry Potter goes, because they very much curbed off that the first time. So they're just waiting for that to come out first so they can curb off it a second time. That is all that they're doing. They're just waiting for somebody to go first. And they will, because money. You know, as pitch meeting guy says, because money. But yes, I did see I didn't watch it, but it came up in my VidSugs. Yeah, I saw that there is a trailer going around. But it's like fan made, it's not real. But the fact that it's out there says something. All right, I'm pouring a glass of wine even though I shouldn't. Okay, really need to put the file cabinet back under the desk. Because I almost just smashed my glass off it. I was looking for stuff. I'm still looking for it. Ever be absolutely convinced that you put something in a file cabinet and then when you look for it, you can't find it, but you still know that it's there? Yeah, I'm doing that. All right. Epilogue. Ugh! Just flicked the page and ripped it in half. Wait, did we? There's a date at the top. Wait, did we know where we were? Okay, we have. Okay, I can do this. This is why the email's here. This is why it's here. The email has a date on it. The email that she sent lists the date September 21st, 2011. And then turn to the epilogue and it says The Big House, May 2014. So we're skipping almost 3 years. So yeah, it has to be she's pregnant with the second one. It's got to be. I guess the movie didn't invent that. I really thought they invented that. I lie on our tartan picnic blanket and gaze up at the clear blue summer sky. My view framed by meadow flowers and tall green glasses. Oh, so we just copy pasted. The heat of the afternoon summer warms my skin, my bones, and my belly as I relax, my body turning to jello. Okay, excuse me. This is comfortable. Hell no, this is wonderful. I savor the moment of peace, a moment of pure, utter contentment. I should feel guilty for feeling this joy, this completeness, but I don't. Why should you feel guilty for being happy? Like, there's something wrong with that. Life right here, right now is good, and I've learned to appreciate it and live in the moment like my husband. He does not live in the moment. Nothing could be further from the truth. There's burned bits of book on my monitor. Okay, that is the one that I saw. That cannot be real. I mean, unless they're doing the Star Wars thing and they're doing a remake reboot where they lie their fucking ass off and call it a sequel, but really it's just the same thing over again and usually worse, a lot worse. Or are they doing, given that thumbnail, are they doing the gender swap one that she put out? Because she did put out one book that was a remake of the first book where she gender swapped the roles to try and shut up people who said that Edward was an abusive, sexist pig, which he was. I can't play it right now because the sound will come through and it will get flagged. But I'm starting to think that it's real. Like, again, that's not an actual studio. But usually when the fans start making their own things, if that's fan made, I don't know. Hold on, my phone will know. Let me see what my phone says. I want to know this now. Okay, yeah, this trailer's making the rounds, but I'm not seeing it on any official studios. Okay. Okay, there's some degree of legitimacy to this. This is real. At least partially. I'm getting conflicting information here, but it's real. It does say 2025. Much anticipated Twilight Saga 6 new chapter will arrive. Apparently, the actress who played Renesmee, her name is Mackenzie Foy, and she is now grown. She was actually a child. She was the child that we see in the end scene. Um, she's an adult now, and apparently she, I guess, is the lead in this movie. Also, apparently Robert Pattinson really needs the money because he's coming back, which is shocking if you've ever heard the Twilight commentary where he rips the movies to fucking shreds. And unapologetically, too. Which also tells you the studio is fucking desperate as hell for bringing him back after he did that. And so very publicly. The thing that is not being said is apparently I don't think Kristen Stewart is returning. It says Mackenzie Foy returning, Robert Pattinson returning, but it does not say Kristen Stewart returning, which I think means she told them to eat a fucking bag of dicks, which is appropriate for how they treated her and the fallout that she got from epic amounts of bullshit that happened afterwards, not to mention the fact that for many years she was forced to pretend to be in a romance with Pattinson like they were actually dating. That was all fucking bullshit. For anyone who doesn't know, that was all bullshit. That was the studio made them do it to sell the movies. It was fake as fuck. I also remind people that the second those movies were over, Kristen Stewart came out as gay. Duh. You want to know why they have no chemistry? Because both people are the other way is inclined. I know Pattinson has never said it, but dude has the biggest case of gay face ever, and he still does. So yeah, I guess this is gonna be the Renesmee story or something. I don't know. But yeah, there's a lot of fan art. So yeah, to some degree this is real. Apparently it was going to be a Netflix series, and then it wasn't. It was going to be an Amazon series, then it wasn't. It was going to be 3 movies, then it wasn't. So there's a lot of conflicting information, but some form of a movie is apparently going to come out next year, maybe. That's as far as I can get right now because everything is maybe. I don't see how, because I mean there might be something, but when they originally made them, there wouldn't have been an anticipation of a 6th book because it wasn't planned. However, it would be a completely studio thing to do to put in a little blurb at the end that says, by the way, if we ever make any more of these, you have to come back. They definitely could have done that, but that would have applied to Kristen Stewart too, and according to the internet, she has nothing to do with this. But that could change. They could be holding that back. So it looks like there's a lot that just isn't known yet, but to some degree, it's something is happening. But you know who else I didn't see come up on the searches? Taylor Lautner. So do we think because if Mackenzie Foy is back as Renesmee, then there's got to be Jacob for her to play off of. So is Taylor Lautner coming back? Yeah, I hope she had better lawyers. But yeah, because like the rest of the Cullen clan, I can see them coming back just for the paycheck because they don't really care. But yeah, that's I can already tell you. I can tell just by looking at that and the amount of confliction and confusion. It's going to be a hot goddamn mess. It's going to be terrible. Maybe. Like again, if he's returning to this franchise, they must have put a lot of zeros on the paycheck. Like a lot. Because he actively hates the series and has made no secret of that for a long time. Which also means the studio's incredibly desperate. Incredibly desperate if they're inviting him back and either forcing him to come back or paying him enough money that he'll come back. Very, very desperate. So yeah, I'm getting soft reboot vibes of like we're gonna tell the Twilight story again, but this time it'll be Renesmee and Jacob, and Bella and Edward will be in the background. But let's return to what came after it that's terrible. How long is this? Okay, it's not that long. Uh, I've learned to appreciate it and live in the moment like my husband. Bull fucking shit. I smile and squirm as my mind drifts to the delicious memory our of last night at our home in Escala. So apparently they still kept his apartment, but live at what they call the big house. Why do I get the impression they move between properties like at random? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I know. Like it absolutely destroyed his career because of the creepiness. And yeah, they are going to have to answer some shit. That is my guess right there. That's my guess right there. They're going to sell his name being in it, but yeah, he's going to make a 2-second cameo in the background. That is my that's what I think entirely. Yeah, I think that's absolutely the play there. And I don't think it'll be Taylor Lautner that comes back. But and they're just going to gloss over all the grooming shit. They're just going to hand wave it and pretend that it doesn't exist. They're just not going to address it. Like, I bet you anything the word imprinting never appears in the movie because they will forget that it exists. It'll be like the Metachlorians in Phantom Menace. We shouldn't have done that, so we're going to pretend that we didn't and hope that fans let us get away with it, which they will. This is true. This is true. They could just be paying him royalties. Oh, it's gonna be a hackneyed mess. Whatever it is, it's gonna be a fucking hackneyed mess. It's gonna be the biggest load of schlocktastic crap ever. Okay, so now she's recalling the previous evening because that's how you start an epilogue. You say she's really happy laying in a field. Now let's flash back to last night at a different place. And I'm gonna vomit at the first line because this is the first line of her oh so happy place memory of last night. The strands of the flogger skim across my swollen belly at an aching, languorous pace. I'm gonna throw up. I want Michael Sheen back. He's the best part of all those movies. He's fucking batshit. And it's funny. He knew exactly what level of crap he was in, and he was just having fun with it. He was making fun of it while being in it, and I respect that. Also, that the warped laugh he did that we will all never get out of our heads. I can still hear it because it's one of the best things ever put to film. And it was so intentional and lovely. That's why he's the goat of that series, him and Charlie. Oh, they gotta bring back Charlie. I need my dose of Mustache Dad. He's the only good part. He's the only part that made me laugh. Except Michael Sheen. But I need Mustache Dad cracking a beer every time he's pissed off. Also, is movie gonna remember that she grows super fast, so it should only be like 2 months since the end of the Twilight series? Or are they going to forget that and say that it's been like 10 or 15 years to match up with real world timeline? I'm betting the latter because they're stupid. Have you had enough yet, Anna? Christian whispers in my ear. Oh, please, I beg. Okay, so we've officially turned her into a slut who begs, and that's it. She's a horny, wanton slut, and that is all that she is now. Pulling on the restraints above my head as I stand blindfolded and tethered to the grid in the playroom. The flogger's sweet sting bites into my behind. Please what? I gasp. Please, sir. Until when, though? Because obviously she stops at some point and becomes fully immortal because, again, we saw another one like her and he said he's hundreds of years old. So at some point, she will stop aging. Like, this is why it's a broken idea from the beginning. It can't work. Like, she cannot be half immortal and half mortal. Those do not go together. Like, I'm sure there will be some bullshit explanation, but it will be bullshit. You know, or are they saying like she's gonna age the way Jacob ages and they're both gonna die together? Excuse me. Excuse me. Ugh, soda bad. Christian places his hand over my wringing skin and rubs gently. There, there, there. His words are soft. His hand moves south and around, and his fingers slide inside me. I groan. Mrs. Gray, he breathes, and his teeth pull on my earlobe. You're so ready. This book needs to die. I know, right? Like, imagine when the kids get old enough to start paying attention to what mom and dad are saying, and they hear the word playroom, and then they pester you for weeks to take them to the secret playroom. This will definitely happen. His fingers slide in and out of me, hitting that spot. That sweet, sweet spot again. Are we referring to the G spot? Because you can just say it. The flogger clatters to the floor and his hand moves over my belly and up to my breasts. I tense. They are sensitive. Hush, Christian says, cupping one. He gently brushes his thumb over my nipple. I hate it when people tell people to shush or hush. Mostly ever, but especially during sex. Ah. His fingers are gentle and enticing, and pleasure spirals out from my breast, down, down, deep down. I tilt my head back, pushing my nipple into his palm, and moan once more. I like to hear you, Christian whispers. Then why the fuck were you telling her to hush 2 seconds ago? The fuck? Oh, so true. So true. 100%. Like, your kids know everything. You want to learn about spying? Watch little kids. They're masters at it. Because they know the adults are not telling them everything, so they will spy on you, and they're tiny enough to go unnoticed in a lot of places. I remember doing this as a child. Though because I am a weirdo and a freak and a nerd, my version of spying also, I lived with my grandparents. My mom was in the hospital like most of the first 5 years of my life. So what I would do, also I was insomniac and they didn't understand that or know what it was. So they would put me to bed at like normal kid bedtime, like 8 o'clock. Only I wouldn't fall asleep till well after midnight because insomnia. So what I would do is I would get out of bed. My bedroom was at the top of the stairs, so this made it easy. And I would sit at the top of the stairs, and as long as I like only leaned a little bit, I could see the TV and they would be watching, whatever. But what I remember most is I would watch like the 10 or 11 o'clock news. I think it was the 11 o'clock news because they would watch the 11 o'clock news and then go to bed. So I'd have to run back in my bedroom and pretend I was asleep and then get out of bed and play dolls until I actually got sleepy. But yeah, I used to sit up at the top of the stairs for hours watching whatever they were watching, mostly news. It was mostly news in the evening in their house. I got caught a couple of times, but not much. I think I only got caught twice. But I did that for like years. Ugh, nasty. I wasn't able to get wine that I like because there's a lot of like weirdness with alcohol going on right now. So I went with Pinot Gris. I definitely got to go with Chardonnay. I'm definitely a Chardonnay girl because that is too fruity and too wet. Ugh. Apparently, I like really dry wine. I like to hear you, Christian whispers. His erection is at my hip. The button of his fly pressing into my flesh as his fingers continue their relentless assault. In, out, keeping a rhythm. Shall I make you come like this? Still spelling come wrong. Still spelling it wrong. Okay, still right there, still spelling it wrong. Jesus. No. His fingers stop moving inside me. Really, Mrs. Gray? Is it up to you? His fingers tighten around my nipple. Why are you asking? No. No, sir. That's better. Ah, please, I beg. What do you want, Anastasia? You. Always. Bitch, you're in the middle of a scene. He just said, do you want to come like this? You said no, and he's asking you what you want, meaning tell him what you want him to do to make you come the way you want. This is not romantic. This is idiots having sex. He inhales sharply. All of you, I add, breathless. He eases his fingers out of me, pulls me around to face him, and removes the blindfold. I blink up into darkening gray eyes that burn into mine. He His index finger traces my bottom lip, and he pushes his index and middle fingers into my mouth, letting me taste the salty tang of my arousal. If you ever want to make me throw up, do this. Never understood this, never ever wanted to do it. Absolutely gross. Suck, he whispers. I swirl my tongue around in between his fingers. This is literally making my stomach turn. And like I said, I've been really queasy all day, so this is not good. Even I taste good on his fingers. I'm gonna be sick. His hand skims up my arms to the cuffs above my head, and he unclips them, freeing me, turning me around so I'm facing the wall. He tugs on my braid, pulling me into his arms. He angles my head to one side and skims his lips up my throat to my ear while holding me flush against him. I want in your mouth. Oh, if there's a blowjob scene, no, 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 please, no. I'm really gonna barf. I want in your mouth. His voice is soft and seductive. My body, ripe and ready, clenches deep inside. The pleasure is sweet and sharp. I moan, turning to face him. I pull his head down to mine and kiss him hard, my tongue invading his mouth, tasting and savoring him. He groans and places his hands on my behind and tugs me against him. But only my pregnant belly touches him. I bite his jaw and trail kisses down his throat and run my fingers to his jeans. He tilts his head back, exposing more of his throat to me, and I run my tongue down his chest, through his chest hair again. Ew! Ew, 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 ew. Ah! I tug the waistband of his jeans, the buttons popping, and he grasps my shoulders as I sink to my knees in front of him, because the idea of your pregnant wife wearing the cuffs still and with the braided hair and uh, somebody make it stop. Yes, he married her because she looks like his mother. And she was a literal blank slate that he could mold to his will, and obviously has succeeded to a great degree. Genuinely debating whether I need to get up and throw up. As I gaze up at him through my lashes, he stares down at me. His eyes are dark, his lips parted, and he inhales deeply when I free him and ensnare him with my mouth. I love doing this to Christian. Kill me now. Watching him come apart, hearing his breath hitch, and the soft moans he makes deep in his throat. I close my eyes and suck hard, pressing down on him, relishing his taste and his breath. Oh, I'm gonna be sick. I'm gonna be. Where's the puppy? Where did he go? Did he follow me? Where is he? Oh, I've got freaked out kitty. I went so fast I banged the shit out of my arm. Off the cabinet. Yeah, that's the imprint of one of my cabinet door handles. And I broke a glass. Hi, Cethale. Good to see you. Oh, you've missed so much. I'm going to send E.L. James a bill for hazard pay tonight because I vomited twice. I just banged the shit out of my arm and broke a glass. Did you really see the puppy? Yes. I should put a camera on the doggo. Problem is he's tiny. Oh, yes, missed a doggy appearance. I think he's still on the couch. Him and the kitty are pretending they're not friends even though they're sleeping very close to each other. It's okay because they're not actually touching because there's that much space between them. Because that's the rules of cats and dogs. I don't really like you, but I'll share space with you for warmth. They have actually been known to actually, like, cuddle when it's really cold, but it was very clear that it was only because it was cold. So I will cuddle you for warmth, but I still don't like you. Oh, we also had more burning. Because the book needed to be burned. I mean, the whole thing needs to be burned, and I'm going to enjoy this one most of all. I really need to figure out a way to ventilate my bathroom. The problem is it doesn't have a fucking fan. Because, again, this apartment building is run by morons who think you don't need to put a fan in the kitchen and the bathroom even though it's required. Because they're really stupid. And it gets worse. He grasped my head, stilling me, and I sheathe my teeth with my lips and push him deeper into my mouth. Open your eyes and look at me, he orders, his voice low, 'cause that sounds sexy. Blazing eyes meet mine, and he flexes his hips, filling my mouth to the back of my throat and then withdrawing quickly. You're doing this to somebody who's pregnant and puking on the reg. There's no way she didn't just barf all over him. He pushes into me again, and I reach up to grab him. He stops and holds me in place. He's literally gagging her. Literally. This is literally gagging. Don't touch or I'll cuff you again. I just want your mouth. He growls. So this is getting violent. He's literally holding her head and gagging her on his dick and keeping her in place and saying, "Don't touch me," and growling at her. This is 5 years later. This is him after he's supposedly recovered and turned into a decent person. Oh yes, the big romantic ending to let us know everything worked out and everything is okay and they're so in love with each other and the sex is still really hot. Yeah, mine try to kill each other at night when I'm sleeping because they know if they try to do it when I'm watching, they'll both get in trouble. Oh my, like that is it. I put my hands behind my back and gaze up at him innocently with my mouth full. I'm gonna die. Good girl, he says, and now I need fire again. Smirking down at me, his voice hoarse, he eases back and holding me gently but firmly pushes into me again. You have such a fuckable mouth, Mrs. Gray. Things to say to your wife. Dear God. He closes his eyes and eases into my mouth, and I squeeze him between my lips, running my tongue over and around him. I take him deeper and withdraw again and again and again, the air hissing between his teeth. Ah, stop, he says, and he pulls out of me, leaving me wanting more, said no woman in the history of ever. He grasps my shoulders and pulls me to my feet. Grabbing my braid, he kisses me hard, his persistent tongue greedy and giving at once. How does that work? Suddenly he releases me, and before I know it, he's lifted me into his arms and moved over to the four-poster bed. Gently he lays me down so my behind is just on the edge of the bed. Wrap your legs around my waist, he orders. I do, and I pull him towards me. He leans down, hands either side of my head, standing still. Very slowly eases himself into me. By the way, there's no and there. Oh, that feels so good. I close my eyes and revel in his slow possession. Yeah. Completely lost my space. Okay, he asks, his concern evident in his tone. What? What? He's not concerned about the suspension or the flogging or the literal gagging and choking, but he's concerned that having vaginal sex with her is going to be a problem. Yeah, I'm with you on that. We should start a cult. But since they use that phrase again, I am required to kill it with fire because rules are rules. And I make the rules, but I still have to follow them. Therefore, die. That got a little flamier than I wanted. Okay, for some reason this one is extra flammable. Like, you've seen in past videos where I'm sparking a lighter repeatedly trying to get it to fucking light. I've literally held the flame onto pages before and they wouldn't burn. This goes up like a Roman candle. What the actual fuck? It's got to be something to do with the paper. Because I'm also noticing when it's burned, it doesn't have that shiny look. Because the other books, even when they were burned, they had this sheen to them still. And the words were incredibly clearly visible, even when, if you touched it, it just crumbled because it was nothing but ashes anyway. This is different. The paper is different somehow because this is really burning. And quite easily. And it's burning in a way that the other ones didn't. Because they burn more uniformly. This is burning like actual, like real paper should. I'm gonna have to be careful when I torch this. This could get out of hand. So I'm glad that I know that, because I'm going to have to be extra careful. Because, yeah, this really goes up. I'm not really sure why, but yes, it is. It's because it's possessed by Satan. No, I'm just saying I'm going to have to be careful because I'm planning to burn a lot of it. There's so many lines I've highlighted that it's going to be a long burn video, so I'm going to have to burn a lot of it. And I would like to not set fire to the building. Yeah. If you find any of that sex scene a turn on, please consult a therapist. And consider castration. Excuse me. Oh God, Christian, yes, yes, please. I tighten my legs around him and push against him. He groans. I clasp his arms and he flexes his hips slowly at first, in and out. Christian, please, harder. I won't break. They've been through one pregnancy already where presumably they never stopped having kinky sex. Why would he be worried about it now? But again, continues to prove my point that when she's pregnant, he doesn't want to have sex with her. He groans and starts to move. Really move, pounding into me again and again. Oh, it's heavenly. Yes, I gasp, tightening my hold on him as I start to build. He moans, grinding into me with renewed determination. There's a phrase you want during sex. Renewed determination. And I'm close. Oh, please don't stop. Come on, Anna, he groans through gritted teeth. Yeah, nagging someone during sex. That's a good idea. And I explode around him, my orgasm going on and on and on. I call out his name and Christian stills, groaning loudly as he climaxes inside me. Anna, he cries. Christian lays beside me, his hand caressing my belly, his long fingers splayed out wide. How's my daughter? She's dancing, I laugh. Dancing. Oh, yes. Wow, I can feel her. Oh, dear God. He grins as Blip 2 somersaults inside me. Really, bitch? Blip 2. Who the fuck thought this was cute? Oh, now I'm really gonna. Oh! Oh! It gets worse! Ah! Ah! Warning! big warning. All of the warnings. Because holy fucking fuck. He's talking about feeling his unborn female child moving inside her stomach. And she says she is the one speaking here. I think she likes sex already. For unrelated reasons, I'll be passing away now. Don't believe me? It's right there. I think she likes sex already. Yeah, Sethil, can we have the book arrested? I'll be a witness. Let's do that. We should do that. Christian frowns. Really, he says dryly. He moves so his lips are against my bump. There'll be none of that until you're 30, young lady. Because it's supposed to be cute. Because it gives him a chance to say the classic dad line of I'm gonna build a tower and my daughter's not having sex ever because men. You don't counter that by saying the baby likes sex. Yeah. Somebody at Mark. Oh, yes. There will be fire. We really should. We really, really should. It did kind of sound like that, didn't it? Like for a second, I really thought that that was what it said. Didn't think it. Didn't think it could get worse. Keeps getting worse. Keeps getting extraordinarily worse. I giggle. Oh, Christian, you're such a hypocrite. No, I'm an anxious father. He gazes up at me, his brow furrowing, betraying his anxiety. You're a wonderful father, as I knew you would be. Thanks for down. I caress his lovely face, and he gives me his shy smile. I like this, he murmurs, stroking then kissing my belly. There's more of you. So he finds her being pregnant a turn on. I pout. I don't like more of me, because she's anorexic and feels very fat. It's great when you come. What does her being pregnant have to do with how she comes? Christian, and I'm looking forward. I'm looking forward to the taste of breast milk again. Christian, you're such a kinky. He swoops on me suddenly, kissing me hard, throwing his leg over mine and grabbing my hands so they're above my head because we have to go back to the beginning. You love the kinky fuckery, he whispers, and runs his nose down mine. I grin caught in his infectious, wicked smile. Yes, I love the kinky fuckery, and I love you very much. How are there 9 more pages of this epilogue? That's not kinky. Oh, yeah, he's the guy who really will build a tower and lock her in it like Rapunzel. And Mommy will let him because she's brain dead. You really did. It did say that. This is Ollie L. James. This is nobody else. This is pure her. I jerk awake, woken by the high-pitched squeal of delight from my son, and even though I can't see him or Christian, I grin like an idiot with glee. Ted has awoken from his nap. Apparently the child is named Ted. And he and Christian are romping nearby. I lie quietly, still marveling at Christian's capacity for play. You really needed another word there, given what play has meant through this entire fucking series, unless you're implying that's what he's doing to the child, in which case, call the police. His patience with Teddy is extraordinary. Much more so than with me. So he's capable of having patience with the child, but not with his wife? Like, way to say he's fucking abusive. And even when she's pregnant, continues to be physically abusive. Oh, it gets worse. His patience with Teddy is extraordinary, much more so than with me. I snort. But then, that's how it should be. And my beautiful little boy, the apple of his mother's and father's eyes, knows no fear. Actually, kids are usually afraid of a lot because they're tiny children and they know it. Christian, on the other hand, is still too overprotective of both of us because he's never changed at all and he never will. Right? Oh yeah. Imagine him trying to give his son the talk. Imagine him the first time his daughter mentions a boy. Excuse me. Still too overprotective of both of us, my sweet mercurial controlling 50. Stop it. If you're going to say he has evolved and gotten better, you cannot keep saying that he is exactly the fucking same. Yep. 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 Because you don't think the kid is going to find the key to the playroom by the time they're like 9? Of course they are. Let's find Mommy. She's here in the meadow somewhere. Ted says something I don't hear, and Christian laughs freely, happily. It's a magical sound, filled with his paternal joy. I can't resist. I struggle up onto my elbows to spy on them from my hiding place in the long grass. Christian is swinging Teddy around and around, making him squeal once more in delight. He stops, launches him high in the air. I stop breathing. Then he catches them. Yeah, universally, mommies don't like it when the daddies do that. Don't, like, dads, if you want to do the throwing the baby up, playing helicopter, do it when mommy's not watching so she doesn't kill you. Though I did know one person who had very good reason to tell her husband to never do that again because he threw the baby into the ceiling fan. That's why we tell you not to do that. Ted shrieks with childish abandon, and I breathe a sigh of relief. Oh, my little man, my darling little man, always on the go. Gain, Daddy, he squeals. Christian obliges, and my heart leaps into my mouth once more as he tosses Teddy into the air and then catches him again, clutching him close. Christian kisses Ted's copper-colored hair and blows a kiss on his cheek, then tickles him mercilessly for a moment. Teddy howls with laughter, squirming and pushing against Christian's chest, wanting out of his arms. Grinning, Christian sets him on the ground. Let's find Mommy. She's hiding in the grass. Ted beams, enjoying the game, and looks around the meadow. Grasping Christian's hand, he points to somewhere I'm not, and it makes me giggle. I lie back down quickly, delighting in this game. Ted, I heard Mommy. Did you hear her? Mommy! I giggle snort at Ted's imperious tone. Geez, so like his dad, and he's only 2. Teddy, I call back, gazing up at the sky with a ridiculous grin on my face. Mommy! All too soon, I hear their footsteps trampling through the meadow, and first Teddy, then Christian burst through the long grass. Mommy! Ted screeches as if he's found the lost treasure of the Sierra Madre, and he leaps on me. Hey, baby boy. I cradle him against me and kiss his chubby cheek. He giggles and kisses me in return, then struggles out of my arms. Hello, Mommy. Christian smiles down at me. Hello, Daddy. I grin. And he picks up Ted up and sits him down beside me with our son on his lap. Gently with Mommy, he admonishes Ted. I smirk. The irony is not lost on me. Yeah, 'cause he's telling the kid to be gentle when he's still beating you regularly. From his pocket, Christian produces his BlackBerry and gives it to Ted. This will probably win us 5 minutes of peace maximum. Teddy studies it, his little brow furrowed. He looks so serious, blue eyes concentrating hard just like his daddy does when he reads his emails. Christian nuzzles Teddy's hair, and my heart swells to look at both of them. 2 peas in a pod. My son sitting quietly, for a few moments at least, in my husband's lap. My 2 favorite men in the whole world. Of course, Teddy is the most beautiful and talented child on the planet. But then I'm his mother, so I would think that. And Christian is, well, Christian is just himself. Couldn't even come up with anything better than that. They couldn't even say something nice. They couldn't even say something nice. They had to just default to he is who he is. Dear God. And this is supposed to be the end of a redemption arc. The problem is there's no arc, it's just a flat fucking line. He never changes. Yeah, right? It's not a good thing. Oh no. No, no, no. No, no, no. Not for anyone involved. No, 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 no. And Christian is just himself. In white t-shirt and jeans, he looks as hot as usual. What did I do to win such a prize? You look well, Mrs. Gray, as do you, Mr. Gray. Isn't Mommy pretty? Christian whispers in Ted's ear. Ted swats him away, more interested in Daddy's BlackBerry. I giggle. You can't get around him. I know. Christian grins and kisses Teddy's hair. I can't believe he'll be 2 tomorrow. His tone is wistful. Reaching across, he spreads his hand over my bump. Let's have lots of children, he says. That's because he likes it when she's pregnant. One more, at least. I grin and he caresses my belly. How is my daughter? She's good. Asleep, I think. I heard somewhere that babies in the womb sleep like every 20 minutes. Because I know sometimes when they're trying to do like ultrasound and certain tests and they need the baby to move, they have this like white noise thing to just make sound enough to like wake the baby up and make it move so they can see that it's okay. Because they usually will sleep. Though apparently when I was in the tummy, I did not like the scanner thing listening for my heartbeat and would wiggle myself around and kick the thing, which apparently when it's a thing that is magnifying the sound of the heartbeat and you kick it, it makes a really, really, really loud sound that half the hospital could hear. My mom said she could hear the nurses at the other end of the hall laughing their asses off when they heard the sound because I would do it every fucking time. Apparently, I did not like being looked at. So I would always kick the speaker thing and make a really, really loud sound. Uh, okay, again, thought I missed a page. Hello, Mr. Gray. Hi, Anna. We both turned to see Sophie. Taylor's 10-year-old daughter appear out of the long grass. What? We're putting this in the epilogue? Why? Why? I'm afraid now. Zoe! Teddy squeals with delighted recognition. He struggles out of Christian's lap, discarding the BlackBerry. I have some popsicles from Gail, Sophie says. Can I give one to Ted? Sure, I say. Oh dear, this is going to be messy. Pop! Teddy holds out his hand and Sophie passes one to him. It's dripping already. Yeah, he's 2. Anything you feed him is going to be messy. That's children. Didn't he say she was in college? I swear to fucking God, there was a scene where in it we find out, because like I said, Christian owns people. So it's not just their salary. Didn't they say that one of the other things that Christian did that made Taylor loyal to him was he was paying for his daughter's college? I swear to God. Right? Like, something is not right with this. I swear she was in college. Excuse me. Here, let mommy see. I sit up, take the popsicle from Ted, and quickly slip it into my mouth, licking off the excess juice. Mmm, cranberry, cool and delicious. Mine, Teddy protests, his voice ringing with indignation. Here you go. I hand him back the slightly less runny popsicle, like that's gonna do anything. It's still gonna melt all over him. That's what kids are for. And it goes straight into his mouth. He grins. Can Teddy and I go for a walk? Sophie asks. Sure. Don't go far. No, Mr. Gray. Notice how the 10-year-old calls him Mr. Gray but calls her Anna? That's very telling. Sophie's hazel eyes are wide and serious. I think she's a little frightened of Christian. Yeah, 'cause kids are smart. She holds her hand out and Teddy takes it willingly. They trudge away together through the long grass. I have no doubt this child is absolutely fucking terrified of him. Christian watches them, that being one of the reasons. They'll be fine, Christian. What harm could come to them here? So yeah, he can't even let his son play in a field for like 2 feet away from him. He frowns at me momentarily and I crawl over into his lap. She's still constantly doing damage control. Besides, Teddy is completely smitten with Sophie. There you go. There you go. Yes. Christian snorts and nuzzles my hair. She's a delightful child. She is. So pretty, too. A blonde angel. I hate when people describe children in, like, sexual terms. Like, this is why child beauty pageants are of the devil. Christian stills and places his hand on my belly. Girls, eh? There's a hint of trepidation in his voice. I curl my hand behind his head. You don't have to worry about your daughter for at least another 3 months. I have her covered here, okay? So she's very pregnant. He kisses me behind my ear and scrapes his teeth around the edge to my earlobe. We're gonna have more sex because I reserve the right to skip. Whatever you say, Mrs. Gray. Then he bites me. I yelp. I enjoyed last night, he says. We should do that more often. Me too. And we could. If you stopped working, are we still pretending she has a job? 'Cause fucking bullshit. I roll my eyes and he tightens his arm around me and grins into my neck. Are you rolling your eyes at me, Mrs. Gray? Eat a bag of dicks. His threat is implicit but sensual, making me squirm. But as we're in the middle of the meadow with the kids nearby, I ignore his invitation like that would stop him. Gray Publishing has an author on the New York Times bestseller list. Boyce Foxes, there's a name. Boyce. Boyce Fox's sales are phenomenal. The ebook side of our business has exploded, and I finally have the team I want around me. And you're making money in these difficult times, Christian adds, his voice reflecting his pride. That's because he's secretly buying all the books that they're publishing. So it looks like they're making money because he would never let her fail, even though we both know she doesn't really work there. And now we say the quiet part out loud. But I like you barefoot and pregnant and in my kitchen. Yup. This is not being said ironically or as a joke or sarcastically or anything. He's being 100% serious. I lean back so I can see his face. He gazes down at me, eyes bright. I like that too, I murmur, and he kisses me, his hands still spread across my bump. That's how you know he's being serious. It's exactly what I fucking said. Seeing he's in a good mood, I decide to broach a delicate subject. Have you thought any more about my suggestion? He stills. Anna, the answer is no. But Ella is such a lovely name. I'm not naming my daughter after my mother. No. End of discussion. I would let him have this one. Are you sure? Yes. Grasping my chin, he gazes earnestly down at me, radiating exasperation. Yeah, that's what you want to see. Anna, give it up. I don't want my daughter tainted by my past. Wow, you're dumber than you look. Okay, I'm sorry. Shit. I don't want to anger him. She's still living in fear of him every second. She's still doing it. She's still controlling everyone around them and everything that happens near him to avoid setting off his rage. She's still doing it. This is the most, like, abusive relationship ever put to paper. Yeah, also that. Like, this is a bad idea from the beginning, and she should know better. Like, this is her being exceptionally stupid. Like, how do you think he's gonna treat their no doubt brown haired little daughter if she's named after his mother? Would that child even live to see two? That's better. Stop trying to fix it, he murmurs. You got me to admit I loved her. You dragged me to her grave. Enough. Yeah, he did those things to shut her up. Like him saying that he cared about Layla, he only did it to shut her up. He doesn't mean it. I don't give a fuck if he ever forgives his mother. That's his business. Some people do, some people don't. But you cannot force it. Which is what she's doing because she thinks, oh, if he just says it out loud, he will magically change and be all better and be a decent human being and not an abusive bastard. No. Yes, he is. Yes, He's actually having an adult moment here. He's in the right here. He's completely in the right. And for the right reasons, and he knows it. Like, that's probably the smartest thing he said in the entire series. Is don't name our daughter after my crack whore mother that I hate. Oh no. I twist in his lap to straddle him and grasp his head in my hands. I'm sorry. Really. Don't be angry with me, please. Still doing that. They've been married for 5 years. They're having a second child, and we're still doing that. We're still doing please don't be angry with me. I kiss him, then kiss the corner of his mouth. After a beat, he points to the other corner, and I smile and kiss it. He points to his nose, I kiss that. He grins and places his hands on my backside. Oh, Mrs. Gray, what am I going to do with you? You can understand why the movies didn't film any of this and just did a montage? Excuse me. I'm sure you'll think of something, I murmur. He grins and twisting suddenly, he pushes me down onto the blanket. How about I do it now? He whispers with a salacious style. There are 2 children like 5 feet away from you. Christian, I gasp. Suddenly there's a high-pitched cry from Ted. Christian leaps to his feet with a panther's easy grace and races towards the source of the sound. There it is. There it is. I follow at a more leisurely pace. Secretly, I'm not as concerned as Christian. It was not a cry that would make me take stairs 2 at a time to find out what's wrong. But he has no filter and no ability to hear anything but that. Christian swings Teddy up into his arms. Our little boy is crying inconsolably and pointing to the ground where the remains of his popsicle lie in a soggy mess melting into the grass. Oh, God. Hi, Twitch person. He dropped it, Sophie says sadly. He could have had mine, but I finished it. Oh, Sophie, darling, don't worry. I stroke her hair. Mommy, Teddy wails, holding his hands out to me. Christian reluctantly lets him go as I reach for him. There, there. Pop, he sobs. I know, baby boy. We'll go see Mrs. Taylor. So Taylor and Mrs. Jones got married. And get another one. I kiss his head. Oh, he smells so good. He smells of my baby boy. Hello. Pop, he sniffs. I take his hand and kiss his sticky fingers. I can taste your popsicle on your fingers, and that would be less gross if we hadn't in the previous scene had Christian putting his fingers in her mouth after fingering her, and this is the exact same thing except with a popsicle and a child. That's not disgusting. Ted stops crying and examines his hand. Put your fingers in your mouth. He does. Pop. Yes, popsicle. Why would you tell a child to lick it off his fingers? Like, just get another fucking popsicle. He grins. My mercurial little boy, just like his daddy. Well, at least he has an excuse. He's only 2. So thank you for saying that your husband has the emotional maturity and impulse control of a 2-year-old because I've certainly said it. Shall we go see Mrs. Taylor? He nods, smiling his beautiful baby smile. Will you let Daddy carry you? He shakes his head and wraps his arms around my neck, hugging me tightly, his face pressed against my throat. Now I'm gonna puke again. I think Daddy wants to taste popsicle too, I whisper in Ted's little ear. Ted frowns at me, then looks at his hand and holds it out to Christian. Christian smiles and puts Teddy's fingers in his mouth. Mmm, tasty. Somebody call the authorities. Like a lot. Ted giggles and reaches up, wanting Christian to hold him. Christian grins at me and takes Teddy into his arms, settling him on his hip. Sophie, where's Gail? She was in the big house. I glance at Christian. His smile has turned bittersweet, and I wonder what he's thinking. You're so good with him, he murmurs. This little one? I ruffle Teddy's hair. It's only because I have the measure of you gray men. I smirk at my husband. 2-year-olds universally want their mommy for everything. They forget daddy exists. Because they are 2, and mommy is the entire universe. Also, mommies have the magical power to fix anything. Any child will tell you this. He laughs. Yes, you do, Mrs. Gray. Teddy squirms out of Christian's hold. Now he wants to walk. My stubborn little man. I take one of his hands, and he lets Daddy take the other, and together we swing Teddy between us all the way back to the house. Sophie's skipping along in front of us. I wave to Taylor, who on a rare day off is outside the garage dressed in jeans and a wife beater as he tinkers with an old motorbike. I don't know. I'm more grossed out than anything else. I pause outside the door to Ted's room and listen as Christian reads to Ted. I am the Lorax. I speak for the trees. They definitely could not have put that in the movie because copyright. Yeah, also that. I mean, presumably it's because him and Mrs. Jones are still living. So, like, he's off work, but he's at home because it's his house too. But I also hate the term wife beater for a shirt. When I peek in, Teddy is fast asleep while Christian continues to read. He glances up when I open the door and closes the book. He puts his finger to his lips and switches on the baby monitor, beside Ted's crib. 2-year-olds don't sleep in cribs. Like, by 2, they're in a normal bed. Oh, my water's cold. Alright, I need hot water for the honey to work, so I will literally be back in 30 seconds. We'll finish the epilogue, and then I'm going to flick through the vignettes that would become the next book. I'm probably not going to read all of them, but I'll shout out some key lines. Back in 2 seconds. Really quick. Okay. I haven't looked at what the vignettes actually are. So I was trying to think, what would I want them to be? And one scene that I actually would like to see, from his point of view, is what was he thinking when she fell into his office? As the director of the movie said, dressed like a child on their first day of kindergarten. Yes, it's really in the background, or behind the scenes, I mean. You can find it, it's there. And he said they did that on purpose to try and show how out of her depth she was. By dressing your heroine like a child on the first day of kindergarten when she meets the male romantic lead. Because that's smart. Ah, much better. He adjusts Ted's bedclothes, strokes his cheek, then straightens up and tiptoes over to me without making a sound. It's hard not to giggle at him. Out in the hallway, Christian pulls me into his embrace. God, I love him, but it's great when he's asleep, he murmurs against my lips. I couldn't agree with you more. He gazes down at me, eyes soft. I can hardly believe he's been with us for 2 years. I know. I kiss him, and for a moment I'm transported back to Teddy's birth. The emergency cesarean, because we needed to add posthumous drama to this shit. Christian's crippling anxiety, Dr. Green's no-nonsense calm when my little blip was in distress. I shudder inwardly at the memory. Mrs. Gray, you've been in labor for 15 hours now. Your contractions have slowed in spite of the Pitocin. We need to do a C-section. The baby is in distress. Dr. Green is adamant. Would you really still have that fucking idiot as your doctor? Also, was it established that she was an OB-GYN or just a GYN? Because I think she was just a GYN, meaning she should not be anywhere near you when you're giving birth. Christian, quiet. Oh, wait. About fucking time. Christian growls at her. Dr. Green ignores it. So he's shouting, and this is not a place to be shouting. Christian, quiet. I squeeze his hand. My voice is low and weak, and everything is fuzzy. The walls, the machines, the green gown people. I just want to go to sleep. But I have something important to do first. Oh, yes. I wanted to push him out myself. Girl, you are fadin'. Like, Mrs. Gray, please. C-section. Please, Anna, Christian pleads. Can I sleep then? Yes, baby, yes. It's almost a sob, and Christian kisses my forehead. I want to see the little blip. You will. Okay, I whisper. Finally, Dr. Green mutters. Nurse, page the anesthesiologist. Dr. Miller, prep for a C-section. Mrs. Gray, we're going to move you to the OR. Move? Christian and I speak at once. Well, what, you think they're going to cut her open in the delivery room? Fucking duh. Like, of all the things to question, that you have to move to an OR for a C-section, really? Have you never seen an episode of TV? Yes, now. And suddenly we're moving, quickly. The lights on the ceiling blur into one long bright strip as I'm whisked across the corridor. Mr. Gray, you'll need to change into scrubs. What? Now, Mr. Gray. Again, have you never watched an episode of ER? He squeezes my hand and releases me. Christian, I call, panic setting in. We're through another set of doors, and in no time a nurse is setting up a screen across my chest. The door opens and How graphic is this? Just because Twilight had a fucking graphic first scene doesn't mean we needed to do it too. The door opens and closes, and there's so many people in the room. It's so loud. I want to go home. Christian, I search the faces in the room for my husband. He'll be with you in a moment, Mrs. Gray. A moment later, he's beside me, in blue scrubs, and I reach for his hand. I'm frightened, I whisper. No, baby, no. I'm here. Don't be frightened, even as he's freaking out and yelling at people. Not my strong Anna. She is not strong. Stop it. He kisses my forehead, and I can tell by the tone of his voice that something is wrong. Well, of course something's wrong. You're being wheeled into the OR for emergency C-section. Yes, something's wrong. What? What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. Everything's fine, baby. You're just exhausted. His eyes burn with fear. Mrs. Gray, the anesthesiologist, is here. He's going to adjust your epidural, then we can proceed. She's having another contraction. Everything tightens like a steel band around my belly. Shit. I crush Christian's hand as I ride it out. This is what's tiring. Enduring the pain. I'm so tired. I can feel the numbing liquid spread down. I concentrate on Christian's face, on the furrow between his brows. He's tense. He's worried. Why is he worried? Yeah, why would he be worried in this situation? Jesus Christ. Like, I know she's brain dead, but fuck. Can you feel this, Mrs. Gray? Dr. Green's disembodied voice comes from behind the curtain. Feel what? You can't feel it. No. Good. Dr. Miller, let's go. You're doing well, Anna. Christian is pale. There's sweat on his brow. Is he gonna faint? Because I bet he does. He is scared. Don't be scared, Christian. Don't be scared. I love you, he whispers. Oh, Anna, he sobs. I love you too. So much. I feel a strange pulling deep inside me, like nothing I've felt before. Christian looks over the screen and blanches, but stares fascinated. Yeah, don't do that. What's happening? Suction. Could. Suddenly there's a piercing, angry cry. You have a boy, Mrs. Gray. Check his Apgar. That's a real thing. Apgar is 9. Can I see him? I gasp. Takes longer than 2 seconds. Christian disappears from view for a second and reappears a moment later holding my son, swathed in blue. His face is pink and covered in white mush and blood. My baby. My blip. Theodore Raymond Gray. Aw, why would you do that to a child? When I glance at Christian, he has tears in his eyes. Here's your son, Mrs. Gray, he whispers, his voice strained and hoarse. Our son, I breathe. He's beautiful. He is, Christian says and plants a kiss on our beautiful boy's forehead beneath a shock of dark hair. Theodore Raymond Gray is oblivious. Eyes closed, his earlier crying forgotten, he's asleep. He's the most beautiful sight I've ever seen. So beautiful I begin to weep. Thank you, Anna, Christian whispers. There are tears in his eyes, too. What is it? Christian tilts my head back. I was just remembering Ted's birth. Christian blanches and cups my belly. I'm not going through that again. Elective cesarean this time. Yeah, we all knew this would happen. Yep. Yep. Absolutely, because he can't handle it, so he's going to try to control everything. Christian, No, Anna, you nearly fucking died last time. No. I did not nearly die. No. He's emphatic and not to be argued with. But as he gazes down at me, his eyes soften. I like the name Phoebe, he whispers and runs his nose down mine. Phoebe Gray. Phoebe. Yes, I like that too. I grin up at him. Good. I want to set up Ted's present. He takes my hand and we head downstairs. His excitement radiates off him. Christian has been waiting for this moment all day. Can we not gloss over the fact that he just declared she's going to have major surgery to give birth for absolutely no reason when she actually wants to deliver a child naturally and he's just denying her that because he's paranoid? And she just ever so casually lets him. Oh boy. Do you think he'll like it? His appreciative gaze meets meets mine. He'll love it. For about 2 minutes. Christian, he's only 2. Christian is finished setting up the wood train set he bought for Teddy for his birthday. He's had Barney at the office convert. He's had Barney at the office convert 2 of the little engines to run on solar power like the helicopter I gave Christian a few years ago. Christian seems anxious for the sun to rise. I suspect it's because he wants to play with the train set himself. The layout covers most of the stone floor of our outdoor room. Why would you put it there? Tomorrow we'll have a family party for Ted. Ray and Jose will be coming with all the Grays. Why would Jose still be part of their lives? Like, at all? Including Ted's new cousin, Ava. Kate and Elliot's 2-month-old daughter. All because we needed to know that they had a baby, too. I look forward to catching up with Kate and seeing how motherhood is agreeing with her. I gaze up at the view as the sun sinks behind the Olympic Peninsula. It's everything Christian promised me it would be, and I get the same joyful thrill seeing it now as I did the first time. It's simply stunning. Twilight over the sound. Not funny. Christian pulls me into his arms. It's quite a view. It is, Christian answers. And when I turn to look at him, he's gazing at me. He plants a soft kiss on my lips. It's a beautiful view, he murmurs. My favorite. It's home. He grins and kisses me again. Last lines of the last book. I love you, Mrs. Gray. I love you too, Christian. Always. There have been worse last lines, but not worse chapters, not worse epilogues. So that's how it actually ends. I am not getting off the him demanding she have major surgery out of paranoia. And the fact that she just blithely acquiesces. Okay, there's a couple little vignettes here. I'm going to flip through them and see if anything is worth reading. Why is there so much? Like, why would you put this much? Did you have that little faith? Like, there's 30 pages of it. I'm not reading that. Because we're going to read it in the other book anyway. But apparently the original plan was to call it Shades of Christian. I'm glad that they changed that, because that's a crappy title. Snickerdoodles, you still with us? Or did you fall asleep with the puppy? Nightwolf? Sethiel? Anybody make it? Is anybody alive out there? No, it would not. That would not be too much at all. Fall of Rome had a better ending than this. The Last Reign of Caligula had a better ending than this. Okay, there's a couple of scenes I'm looking for to see if they I'm just skim flipping through. We've got more mommy shit. So, oh, okay. Apparently, there's some scenes of Christian as a child. Oh, look how broken up this is. Those are all separate scenes, like time jumping separate scenes. Oh God, she tried to write like a child. This is in Christian's point of view, in his voice as a little boy. I have a stocking. It is red, and it has a picture of a man with a red hat and a big white beard. He is Santa. Santa brings presents. I have seen pictures of Santa. But Santa never brought me presents before. I was bad. Santa doesn't bring presents to boys who are bad. Now I am good. My new mommy says I am good. Very good. New mommy doesn't know. I must never tell new mommy. But I am bad. I don't want new mommy to know that. Are you fucking kidding me? That's what the other books are going to be. Oh, it's here. Oh, it's here. The scene that I wanted. I wanted his thoughts when she fell through the door. Okay, there's a whole other level of creepy. Okay, I wanted the scene where she fell through the door because I wanted to know what he was really thinking when she did that. I may take it back. Because we have that morning of him apparently at work. Oh Christ, I have to endure an interview with the persistent Miss Kavanaugh for the WSU Student Magazine. Why the fuck did I agree to this? Yeah, that's my goddamn question from the beginning. Why the fuck would he? It's a stupid student newspaper and he's supposed to be a billionaire master of the universe tech mogul. Why the fuck would he agree to do an article for a university thing? And I think there's an answer here and it's gross. Miss Anastasia Steele is here to see you, Mr. Gray. Steele? I was expecting Catherine Kavanaugh. It's Miss Anastasia Steele who's here, sir. So Kate Kavanaugh, who wants to be a serious journalist, didn't even call her interviewee to say, I'm so sorry, but I'm very sick. I can't make the interview, but I'm sending a replacement to do the interview instead of me. Her name is Anastasia Steele. She didn't even do that. She just sent someone in her place. That's a good way to get fired. Yes. Yes, it does. I scowl. I hate the unexpected. Were we not told 10 pages ago that he's a guy who lives in the moment? Show her in, I mutter, aware that I sound like a sulky teenager and not giving a fuck. That's his default state. Well, well, Miss Kavanaugh is unavailable. Here we go, here we go. I always suspected it was something like this, and here it is. I know her father, the owner of Kavanaugh Media. We've done business together, and he seems like a shrewd operator and a rational human being. This interview is a favor to him because I guess she figured she had to justify it somehow, so here it is. All of a sudden, Kate comes from a media family, even though we never got told this. Excuse me. One that I mean to cash in later when it suits me. So yeah, he was doing this to get leverage over another business guy in case he needed to use it. And here's the worst. And I have to admit, I was vaguely curious about his daughter, interested to see if the apple had fallen far from the tree. A commotion at the door brings me to my feet as a whirl of long chestnut hair, pale limbs, and brown boots dives headfirst into my office. I roll my eyes and repress my natural annoyance at such clumsiness as I hurry over to the girl who has landed on her hands and knees on the floor. Clasping her slim shoulders, I help her to her feet. No, he didn't. In neither the book or the movie did he do that. He just stared at her and watched her get up. He did not go over to her and help her up. This is what I'm expecting all of the books to be. It's all going to be retconning and changing what happened to make him look more human. But it's all going to be bullshit. It's going to be 900 pages of that's not what really happened. That's not what you said the first time. I'll try to keep those comments to a minimum. Kitty's so cute when he sneezes. He always looks around like he's not sure who did that. Clear, bright blue, embarrassed eyes meet mine and halt me in my tracks. They're the most extraordinary color. Guileless powder blue. In other words, she's a brain-dead moron and I'm in love. And for one awful moment, I think she can see right through me. I feel exposed. This is not fucking true. The thought is unnerving. She has a small, sweet face that's blushing now. An innocent pale rose. I wonder briefly if all her skin is like that. Flawless, and what it would look like, pink and warmed from the bite of a cane. This is literally his first thought. He sees her hair and her eyes, and he's already thinking about beating her with a cane. Fuck. I stop my wayward thoughts, alarmed at their direction. Like fucking hell, because that's all of his thoughts. What the fuck are you thinking, Gray? This girl is much too young! Oh, they're gonna play up the infantilizing shit, aren't they? She gapes at me and I almost roll my eyes again. Yeah, baby, it's just a face, and the beauty is only skin deep. I want to dispel that unguarded, admiring look in those big blue eyes. Oh, here's a creepy statement. Showtime, Gray. Let's have some fun. Making it clear the entire interview that he was just screwing with her for his own entertainment. Which even in the movie you can tell. So now he has the internal monologue, which is going to be gross the entire time. Miss Kavanaugh, I'm Christian Grey. Are you all right? Would you like to sit? See, he's fucking with her because he already knows that's not who she is. Let's skip ahead a little because, like I said, I'm not reading all of this. A nervous, bashful book type, eh? She looks it. Hideously dressed and hiding her slight frame beneath a shapeless sweater and an A-line brown skirt. Christ, does she have no dress sense at all? Judgmental bastard. She looks nervously around my office. Everywhere but at me, I note with amused irony. How can this young woman be a journalist? She doesn't have an assertive bone in her body. She's all charmingly flustered, meek, mild, submissive. I shake my head, bemused at where my inappropriate thoughts are going. Muttering some platitude, I ask her to sit, then notice her discerning gaze apprising my office paintings. Before I can stop myself, I find I'm explaining them. A local artist. Truton. This conversation never happened. And again, in the movie, he's got like giant dumbass panda paintings on the fucking wall because they were copyright free and cheap. Mhm, 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 mhm. Hair lovely. Let's skip ahead. She peeks up at me and bites down on her full bottom lip. Fuck me, how did I not notice that mouth before? Sorry, I'm not used to this. I can tell, baby, my thought is ironic. But right now I don't give a fuck because I can't take my eyes off her mouth. Take all the time you need, Miss Steele. I need yet another moment to marshal my wayward thoughts. Gray, stop this, now. He does not have this level of self-awareness. Him mocking her questions. And then him getting pissed off. To succeed in business, you need good people, and I can judge a person better than most. Maybe you're just lucky, she says quietly. This is when she asks, like, to what do you owe your success at a young age? And he's annoyed by the question because it's lame. But this is his answer in his head. Lucky? A frisson of annoyance runs through me. Lucky? No fucking luck involved here. Oh, yes, there was. Miss Steele. She looks unassuming and quiet, but this question? No one's ever asked me if I was lucky. I find that very hard to believe. Hard work, bringing people with me, keeping a close watch on them, second guessing them if I need to, and if they aren't up to task, ruthlessly ditching them. That's what I do, and I do it well. It's nothing to do with luck. Well, fuck that. So he's incredibly pissed off because she implied that he might have gotten lucky. Oh, yeah, all of the ew. Oh, and we get the infamous line. I glare at her. Oh, I exercise control in all things, Miss Steele, and I'd like to exercise it over you right here, right now. So all he was thinking about the entire time is what he would like to do to her. I have varied interests, Miss Steele. Very varied. I smile. Now it gets really gross. Images of her in assorted positions in my playroom flash through my mind. Shackled on the cross, spread-eagled on the four-poster, splayed over the whipping bench. Fucking hell. Where is this coming from? Like you don't know! Like you don't know! She looks like all your other submissives and she's a fucking moron! That's where it's coming from! This is neither news nor a surprise! I like control of myself and those around me. So you want to possess things, her eyes widen. Yes, baby. You, for one. So there it is. 5 minutes into the interview, he has decided, I must own you, and then proceeds to do so. This is like finding the kidnapper's handbook. This is finding the blueprints and the plans after the job has gone off. Oh god. As I take a closer look at her clothes, she's dressed in Walmart or Old Navy possibly. She hasn't grown up in an affluent household. Shit, where the fuck did that come from? Although now I consider it, I do need a new sub. It's been what, 2 months since Susanna? And here I am salivating over this brown-haired girl. Yep, yep, yep. We also have the thoughts, what do I want with a fucking family? When she asked the are you gay question, what the fuck, I cannot believe she said that out loud. What, like somebody's gonna hear it and believe it and broadcast it on the 6 o'clock news? Also, this is in 2011. Gay marriage was fully legal. So what's with the closeted homophobia shit? The unspoken question that my own family dares not ask. So he knows. He knows that he's perceived that way. Which, quite frankly, is true to life because he said he's never had a girlfriend. He's never taken a girl on a date. He's never been seen in public with a woman. So yeah, at his age and his success, naturally the question's going to come up, are you gay? And he's aware that his own family thinks it. They just don't ask him because they're afraid of him blowing up. There is no bottom to the amount of ick. I think the epilogue proved that. Thank you. Yes. I really gotta get some more pride flags. Mine are all like they were out on the balcony, so they're all like torn up. And I'm always wary of ordering that shit online because some sites are fake. The question my own family dares not ask, much to my amusement. How dare she? Now we get the real psychopath because this is his response. He doesn't like that she just asked, are you gay? This is where his mind goes. I have to fight down the urge to drag her out of her seat, bend her across my knee, and spank the living shit out of her, then fuck her over my desk with her hands tied tightly behind her back. She asked him a question he didn't like, and his answer is that he has to fight the urge to violently and sexually assault her. On that note, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm not reading any more of this because, as I said, it's all gonna be in here. It's all gonna be in here. It's all gonna fucking be in here. There's gonna be so much fucking more of it. Oh, I also discovered this book, we have a problem. I own this, but I've never actually looked at it. I never flipped through it. I never touched it before this. I never read the back cover till last week. So, randomly, I wanted to see if the chapters were at least evenly paced so I, could plan out, because I like to keep to 40 pages. That works. So I wanted to see if that was like reasonably easily done. Here's the fucking problem. Somebody thought they were smart and they thought they'd be cute. There are no chapters. There's no chapters. All the headers are this. They're all this. It's all dates. And as it progresses throughout the whole thing, instead of chapter headings, there's dates, which I can't put on a thumbnail and I can't put in a title because the algorithm will explode. So, what I'm going to wind up doing is just marking them as chapters anyway, using my custom made and very expensive chapter markers. These are very expensive. They took 2 whole sheets of cardstock to make. So, yeah, I'm just gonna use these and call them chapters anyway, because fuck this shit of putting dates on everything. Because I also have a feeling that's only gonna make things worse. Because keep in mind, their whole relationship prior to getting married takes place over about, at best, at absolute fucking best, 5 weeks, and that's being generous. That's possibly being generous by 2 whole weeks, depending on interpretation. So I kind of have a feeling she put the dates in to stretch it and make it look like they knew each other longer. Because again, there's going to be so much retconning. There's going to be so much rewriting of history and changing of things that were not there and putting in dialogue that was not there and scenes that never happened. And then there's going to be huge chunks of sad, pathetic, bad writing where you're supposed to feel very, very sorry for him and then forgive the horrifically violent thing he'll do next. Oh, yeah. Fucking A. We should take a bet on that. We really should take a bet on that. Because I don't know. Ugh. All right, it is nearly 1 in the morning. I am exhausted and my throat is killing me. So I'm going to drink a lot of honey water. I'm going to cuddle a puppy. Oh, yeah. I don't want to be like that either, but it's there. And I have nothing against E.L. James as a person, but as an author, yes. Because, and I don't mean to sound like Spider-Man here, but when you are an artist of any kind, and I do consider writing to be an art, not that she is an artist or a writer, but when you get the chance to, like, show your work to the public, you have a responsibility. You have an obligation. You are being given an opportunity to influence things, and she certainly did, but it's all evil. It's all sick and twisted and harmful and evil and bad messaging and violence equals love and pedophilia is good and and if he loves you, he hits you, and there's so much wrong with all of it. And the fact that this was marketed, like, I know everybody calls this mommy porn, but do you think teenage daughters didn't steal it after mommy got done reading it and put it on the bookshelf? Do you think their daughters didn't grab it and read it to see what mommy was reading? Because yes, they did. And, like, I'm sure there are some cases where this book was given to women, probably by abusive boyfriends, as a template for how they should act or what they should expect or blah, blah, blah. But if he's rich enough, you can put up with anything, is kind of the story. It's all so sick. It's also disgustingly sick. Okay, puppy's sleeping and I don't want to disturb him. So, we're going to call it a night. Thank you everyone for hanging out. You are all the absolute best. I love you all. Next week, reluctantly, because I'm insane, we will start Gray. We will read the first 2 chapters of 50 Shades, the first book, told from his point of view. And I am going to have a PDF of the first book up on my screen so I can point at it and yell every time she retcons something. I'm going to keep a tally. I bet it goes over 100. I, I'm allergic to the writing, it's so bad. No, this is nothing. Like I said, police departments need to use this in, like, public service announcements. Thank you. Thank you. So on that note, good night, everyone. I'll see you next week. Love yourself, love a fur baby, stay safe and warm, and take care of you. I will see you on the next one. Night, night.